7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
I think we got it now. All right, there's myself and Rock. Go ahead and give me some voice, man, so I can make sure you're on the.
How's it going, man?
Yep.
We sounded good, all right?
Yep, you're peaking good. Guys cool, in the chat, let us know. Let us know that you can hear us both. Myself and I got Rockstar with me. Do you rather be called by Rockstar, or would you actually have a first name?
No, just Rock, man. Right. That's cool.
Yep, the man known as Rock. And what is up, high speed, low drag? That has to be, I'm thinking, God, I get them mixed up all the time. I think high speed is Eric, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, that's what I thought too.
I think high speed is Eric, and then Jade is, I always get those two mixed up with their names. Oh well. But if it's Eric, hello Eric. If it's Jade, hello Jade. But I'm pretty sure it's Eric. So yeah, guys, let us know if you can hear us. We're kind of just sitting here. I have a fan running. Can you hear that?
Maybe. No, I can't hear it.
Okay, good. All right, Fantasy says, good to go, guys. We hear you well. Awesome. So, Mr. Rock, Mr. Moderator of the Year, Mr. Banhammer. Good job, man.
Yeah. Oh, well, thanks, man.
Yeah.
I think I've been with your channel for probably from the start, you know?
Yeah, you know what? You came shortly after Jenny. Like, Jenny was my number one. And, like, I remember doing these streams back when it was just, like, me and her, like, and all of a sudden, one night we got, I don't think we hit the trending page or anything, but we had, like, 100 people in here. And back then, it was like, holy crap, you know? Yeah, we were talking about it afterward. We're like, how are we going to do that? And then more and more people started, you know, coming. I started modding them. But, yeah, so you've been there pretty much from the start. You know how this chat goes. I totally expect to hit the trending page tonight, which sometimes can be a good thing. Other times can be a bad thing. But Saturday night, you can almost guarantee it. You're going to hit the trending page on the live page, and we're going to just have a bum rush of people come in. And that's where you all come in.
Right on, yeah. Yeah. I think back in the start, man, we didn't have hardly anybody in there. And then I just remember that one night where we got hit like with thousands of people. It seemed like.
Oh yeah, when we were like 3,000-4,000 people in here. I remember that.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
Yeah. That's before YouTube changed their algorithm, you know, and kind of it's been a lot lower ever since then. But that one night, it went like 3,000-4,000 people. It was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, I was happy because, you know, it seemed like you were getting kind of frustrated because there wasn't really a lot going on. And I don't know, I was just hanging in there because it was such an awesome show that you had going on. Right. It was like the first time I got to see the moon, I mean, that close and in that detail. And then, you know, you got into the close-ups and everything. And the close-ups are just awesome. You know, nothing like it on YouTube that I've seen.
Yeah.
But
Well, me and Paul were talking about that up in New York, and we were like, personally, like myself, and I believe him as well, we like the wide field view just because that's where you catch all your objects for the most part. Now, I realize that the big scope is where, that kind of hooks everybody. As soon as they start seeing the moon craters like up close with that much detail, I mean, that's pretty much what, hooks everybody into the stream. But if it came down to it, we would love to leave the wide field on for, 2-3 hours at a time, just seeing what we catch, because that's usually the time that it happens.
Yeah. The interesting thing is, for depends on why you're watching the moon stream. If you're looking to see if there's something up there, it was basically I was interested to see, that close up to see if there's anything up there. Probably the whole reason why I came in to check it out. But so far we've seen stuff that might be some. It's funny because I see all these other things on YouTube, like Street Cap and everybody posting stuff. They just look like shadows or rocks, and they're trying to tell you, well, yeah, it's a space station or whatever, this and that.
Yeah.
It's great to see it for yourself.
I mean that too, and the fact that a lot of people were saying about like bases on the moon and stuff like that. Now we've seen some pretty weird objects in the time that we've been doing this on the moon, but never once have I said that's a base. I'm waiting for that to happen. Now, back in, I think it was 2011 or 2012, there was a guy, I forget who it was, but he actually caught a cube, like literally parked on the side of a crater. And it was an amazing detail. And I remember seeing the video, and I remember it got taken down for some reason. And then somebody else uploaded it, and I'm not sure to this day if it even exists on YouTube anymore. But this was, I understand pareidolia and that whole aspect of things, but there was like no denying this thing was a cube. It was just, and if it was CGI, it was some of the best CGI, because like the waveforms were the same, it was the same frame rate as what he was showing on the screen, and that is what probably hooked me to start doing it. And then I started actually just recording the moon through the telescope, and then I would take the video afterward, analyze it, and then just upload it, to the channel. And then that's when I met this crazy guy in Florida that was sitting on a rooftop or in a parking garage, last year with these massive telescopes. And I was like, well, I have the back-end software that I can really clear this thing up even more. And so I just asked him one night, I was like, hey, man, can I try this just to see how it worked out? And it worked out great. And next thing you know, there was just people filing and checking it out going, wow, where's this coming from? And I didn't want to put his info out there because, the whole YouTube troll system is just amazing. They will like track people down just for the hell of it. But, and then, here we are today with tons and tons of friends, tons and tons of people in the chat, diehard people, and of course our lovely troll base as well. But now I don't want to say who's going to join us in a couple minutes, Rock. We're going to keep that to ourselves. But just know that we're going to kind of be sitting and chilling and kicking back and maybe answering some questions, if you know what I mean. So,
okay.
We'll let it be a surprise. But is there anything you want to tell that now that you have the attention of the entire chat, so you don't have to type it in? Feel free, Podium's yours, brother.
No, I don't have nothing to say. I think I just said everything I said. I've just been with the channel for almost from the beginning, and like I said, I'm still waiting to see if we can find something up there. That's about it.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason we do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you were just talking about the trolls and everything. I don't know if you. I think you subscribe to Astronomy Live.
Yeah.
That guy, he's getting stalked by stalkers. He actually has to leave his house over the stuff. It's crazy. Some of the people out there, what they're up to and what they're doing.
Yeah, and you know what? Astronomy Live, if you want the straight up science of things, that is where to go. Now, we have Marc on here, off and on that, he will tell you the basis of a lot of stuff. But if you want the in-depth explanation of how to work a telescope, how he sets it up, the mathematics involved, how he, makes his software to, that is the channel that you definitely want to subscribe to. And he's gotten a lot of hate because him and Dazza the cameraman, who a lot of people cannot stand. I like Dazza personally myself. I think I like the fact that he does his homework. I like the fact that he will approach it, and he'll never get ignorant about it. You know what I mean? He will give you the chance to, rebuke your claim that it's Nibiru. He'll give you, he'll give you the facts. He'll show you, what you've done and how he can recreate it, and then he'll give you a chance to rebuke it. What he doesn't like is when you don't take your statement back, because he's a big proponent of, making. He doesn't like, what's he call it, fear porn. I think that's what he calls it. You know what I mean?
That's the whole reason he's trying to debunk all these videos, and it's amazing how many they actually do debunk, because there's so. I think a reason why it's still alive is because it gets so much attention.
Right.
Is it the Nibiru, Planet X, or whatever you want to call it? But it gets so many views, and there's so many people out there that are actually faking. If you've ever used a camera or filmed or telescope, you can see what happens when you point your camera towards anything. You get these lens flares. If you go towards the sun, you definitely get lens flares, and right away you're thinking, oh well, yeah, I could easily pass that off as Planet X.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what these guys have been doing for a long time. And it's good that Daz is out there, Astronomy Live. They're debunking these guys. Some of these guys are taking it way too personal,
and like really personal. I mean,
yeah,
really, I can understand it, because if this is what they do for a living, obviously, yes, you can make money on YouTube and whatnot, and when you have 100,000 subscribers or whatever, and you're pumping out 2 videos a day, saying every little lens flare is Nibiru.
Lens flare.
I don't know what's scarier is if it's that there's that many people that believe that a lens flare is a planet, or that somebody actually has the gall to claim that it is and put a video out about it. I don't know which one is worse. I there's this whole big anti-science movement, that's just this it's just taking over the place. Oh, well, we can't prove this, we can't prove gravity, blah 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 blah. Yeah. And it's kind of disturbing.
Yeah, it is, and it's disturbing how much these people actually believe, like in the flat Earth theory and stuff like that. How far they're taking it. Actually, it's grown to be such a community that's we see them come into our chat every night. Every time you stream. And some of these people, it's like a religion. And I don't know where they're getting the information from, or how it even started. How long do you think this has been going on with the flat Earth theory?
Well, it became big, of course, with the Zeta Talk lady. That's where it really took
Nancy
off.
Leader,
yeah,
right?
Nancy Leader is where it all took off. But there was a guy back in the 1800s or something that he was, I don't know, some town in like Illinois or something like that. That was actually, he said, if you don't believe in the flat Earth, you don't belong in this town or whatever. And it's just mind-boggling that in 2017 that people believe, because here's the thing about Nibiru, okay? You catch all these lens flares, okay, on all these, stationary cameras around the world. All right, they go onto these, camera websites to show live streams of like different places. Okay, fine. But it's as simple as walking outside. Something that big that they're claiming is Nibiru, and it's next to the sun or whatever. Literally all you would have to do is walk outside, put your hand over the sun, and you would see it for yourself with your own eyes. And yet that has totally escaped all of them. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
it drives you crazy. And it's like and truthfully, I don't believe most of these people actually believe the Earth is flat or there is Nibiru. I think there's a lot of people that like to be contrary to popular opinion.
Yeah, you kind of see both ends of it. You see people that are just kind of playing with the theory, and then you see the diehards of it. What was this guy's name? I think it was Donnie Gilson.
Mm.
Did you ever hear of that guy? He
It
was on.
sounds familiar.
He was all Planet X, and when I first came onto YouTube, this guy was on there, and he would get on every night, and he would like bring up all these maps, and he seemed totally legit. His knowledge of how to use all this different stuff from government sites and all this shit.
Right.
But sorry, what's my language there?
Yeah, no.
But yeah, he had it was a crazy show, and he was all over. The Stellarium and all these different sites, but he disappeared finally. But it was a big thing. It seemed like he had a big following.
Yeah. Well, let me bring in somebody right now that could shed some light
All right.
on what we're talking about and actually spread some science, if you will. Now, let me see if I can find him on here.
Special guest.
There we go. Yeah, special guest. So let's find out if we can get him on and help us discuss this topic. We're connecting. We're trying.
Yo.
Marc, are you there, buddy?
I am here, man.
Welcome back.
Hey, it's fun to be back. How's it going, man?
Good. Did you hear what our conversation was about?
Oh, God, Nibiru.
Well, we're talking about whether this many people actually believe it, or there's just a group of people that just like to be contrary to popular
They want to be
opinion.
contrary. Yeah, I heard you mention that. You know what? There's certainly a group of people out there like that, but then there's also people out there that they get all their news, all their interesting information from internet videos on YouTube.
So you're thinking it's mostly like just pseudo-science YouTube channels proclaiming they know what they're talking about, and they just somehow gather followers that may not be, how do I put this, like bright, I guess would be the best way to put it. Or
honestly, you know what? I've talked to people that are Planet X and the Bureau people that are very smart people, but they're just not in that branch of science, so they don't know.
yeah. Well, what is the big hang up? Like, what is their hang up with the science part? Like, what is their one thing that they say, well, this isn't true, so I can't believe anything science says? Because there's multiple ways in science to tell you that a lens flare is not Nibiru, or that the Earth isn't flat.
That is correct. But see, usually with Nibiru and Planet X, people have NASA at the other end. NASA is the big evil organization, and NASA's hiding this from you, and NASA cuts the feed. That cultural psyche has made its way to the internet community and the internet meme community.
Right.
So people end up saying, well, NASA's hiding the truth. NASA's a government agency, and the government's hiding the truth. So that's how they get away with that, and that's how they actually keep it going.
It seems. Sorry, it seems like it comes from a couple different sources. We're talking about like Zachariah Stitchin, and what he calls that his view is Nibiru, but then you have the Nancy Leader, which is a Planet X, which is they're kind of claiming it's the same thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And actually, I think they're claiming that they come from one's claiming to come from behind the sun, and the other one is claiming that it's coming from the other side of the universe, right? As far as what I've seen.
Well, I mean, if the other side of the universe to them is like just on the opposite side of Mars or something, because that's that's how close it would have to be. I mean, to be noticeable in the inner solar system. I mean, when we're talking about a real planet, we have enough trouble trying to detect the ones out in the Kuiper Belt. All right, but any of these things, any planets that are nearer to us, they would have given themselves away a century ago, because of their gravitational perturbations, or minuscule gravitational forces that we would see exerted on all the other planets from this thing that's supposedly right around us, and that just isn't there. So we can go and say, well, And people always claim, well, Nibiru is causing great earthquakes. Really? How is that possible? when it hasn't even perturbed or moved the moon a tiny bit, or hasn't even affected Mars or Mercury or any other planet in the solar system at all? How can you claim that?
Yeah.
How can you say that is happening? And that's when they kind of go all quiet and they start spouting some kind of pseudo-science. And I call these people science-free. I basically say, hey, look, if you don't know any science, man, just go for it. Say that, make it up. Make up your science, and that's what they do. And they're making it up as they go along. They're kind of just sort of saying, well, I don't understand it, so therefore I'm going to say it's this, and then I'm going to actually believe it. And they do. And and I know it sounds that stupid. That's stupid, but that's
what it is.
It's not me doing it. It's not me saying this stuff.
Let me ask you this, Mark.
Yeah.
If a flat
By the way,
earther comes
hold
up-
on 1 second. By the way, Mark, this is Rockstar, one of my longest mods in the chat. Just so you know.
Oh yeah. How you doing, Marc?
Good, man. Sorry, Mike. Okay, let me ask you this: if somebody comes up to you and says the Earth is flat, what would your response be to know it's round?
Well,
what is your proof? How would you explain to them that the Earth is round?
Well, first of all, you're suggesting that I feel it necessary to bother to explain it to them, right?
No, because you know what? Let me say this. The first time that I ever heard the theory, I thought to myself, well, I don't have enough science background to actually prove, or to prove to them that the Earth is round. As basically I assume it. But to give an actual scientific fact or anything like that, hey, you're wrong, the Earth is round. What would your response be to that?
My response would be, well, first of all, I have to pick one of the many possible arguments for the round Earth. Very simply, you can look at, and at its simplest, you can look at the waxing crescent moon, an early moon, a young moon just starting out in its cycle, and you look at it and you can see the shadow on its surface is curved. You can clearly see that it's a ball illuminated by the sun. And so right there you see there a possible contradiction with your theory. Another thing is you could look at the phases of Venus, all right, and say, why does Venus look like it's got a spherical a shadow on it as well? Could it be that Venus is a sphere? Why should Earth be alone as a flat planet? Isn't maybe Venus is too? Maybe they all are. That's the whole idea, right? Yeah. And if you can't show that, then your argument falls away little by little. Another one is the one where you have this is a simple one. Modern day contrails in the sky. When you see contrails in the sky, sometimes when a plane is approaching from over the horizon, the contrail looks like it's a vertical line going up in the sky. But we know that it's not. We know that it's parallel to the Earth. So you're looking at an illusion, the illusion created by a spherical planet.
Is that the same kind of illusion you get during, remember this, or any kind of rocket launch? One you can use a space shuttle for that. Now, obviously, the space shuttle used a trajectory. But with that, is there a point? Now, I'm just asking this for my own personal question. But when a rocket takes off, when it looks like it's almost arcing, is that because of the Earth is moving underneath of it, and that rocket is still on the same trajectory, or is it actually flipping and heading?
Yeah, no. The rocket is flipping and angling its way, its angle in such a way that it will accelerate into an orbit, and so when the shuttle turns and rotates, for instance, and then you see the shuttle going up like that, and it looks like it's laying on its back or it's sideways, really you're looking at it mostly going up, all right? But the camera angle is just odd. It makes it look odd. So it's really just going mostly straight up. Okay. But it does have to start having some horizontal component to its motion. It can't just go straight up. It has to start arcing and starting to follow the curvature of the Earth in order to actually achieve an orbital velocity. Right. Otherwise, it's just going to go straight up and then straight down, and it can't do that. So,
because of the fact that just orbit is basically falling at a controlled speed, so you never actually enter the Earth again.
That's exactly right. You know, when to explain orbit to someone, you can say, well, it's moving at 17,000 miles an hour at say 250 miles, and that means nothing to people. But if you say a spacecraft moving horizontally over the Earth at such a speed that its drop rate is exactly offset by its forward motion, so that it continues to go around the Earth in a circle because the Earth's gravity is holding it. Then it starts to kind of gel and people get a better idea, because the spacecraft is always being pulled back. It's always falling. And that's why, when you go over a roller coaster and you feel that lump in your stomach, that moment is how astronauts feel all the time. and that's something that is why some astronauts can make it and some can't.
Yep.
There's a number of people, and actually I think a U.S. senator had gone up at one time, not John Glenn. He was fine. Because he was actually an actual astronaut prior to being a senator. But when this astronaut went up, he's a U.S. senator, he went up and for like 3 or 4 days on the shuttle, he was totally useless because he was sick the whole time and he never got past the motion sickness, which is something that is a huge problem. You have to get past that if you're going to survive and work in space, because you're always in that mode of falling.
Right.
And it's not just because you're in orbit. It's actually because of the lack, the weightlessness, the lack of gravity, the lack of a gravitational pull. And so it's actually something I would love to feel. And I'm trying to save up money to, at some point, get out to Las Vegas and ride the Vomit Comet.
Oh, you're going to go for the Vomit Comet, huh?
I would love to do that. Yeah, absolutely. And I might puke my guts out in space you don't throw up, you throw out.
And once again, I'll remind the chat, everybody, joining me tonight is Marc D'Antonio. He is the chief photo and video analyst for MUFON, and he also owns FX Models, which I'm learning more and more about that side of your business. As I am exploring, embarking on doing my own studio, but and also Rockstar 89. I'm just gonna say Rockstar. I'm not gonna do the numbers, Rock. I'm not even sure what they all mean, but Rockstar, the model in the chat,
I don't
join us too.
To be honest with you, I don't know what they mean either, man. I don't even remember.
That's funny.
Everybody knows him as Rock anyway from the chat, so yeah. So that is.
What's funny?
Right now.
I have to say this is funny. When I first came on, I just absentmindedly typed in "Hi all," and I don't see any responses, and I realized, it came out as Sky Tour Livestream, because that's what I changed my name to.
Yeah.
No one knows me as Sky Tour Livestream, but that's
I know, and there's only two of you now.
Oh, you're funny.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, it's funny.
I had to. But anyway,
that's funny. As soon as I said that, all of a sudden somebody else pops that up with the same name and says, I've been doing this for years. Like, no, actually you haven't. That's the first time you've ever done it. I searched.
Yeah, and I get it, because he's done it to us as well. You can just literally tell it was a literally copy and paste.
Yeah.
But it's how to get attention, to your channel, I guess. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But hey, what can you do?
He's got a lot of subscribers, that guy, so it's all right.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So so here we are.
Here we are. So how'd you, or I should say, what did you think of the whole Pine Bush week?
I thought it was wonderful, actually. The weekend, it was actually nice to actually have you and Paul come down here to our studio and to hang out for half a day or a day and see us here. And then, it was nice to talk to you. And I realized when you were here, that, and I'll tell people that may not know, we do visual effects for movies and television. And one of the things that we had here was an actual copy of the real Jupiter 2 from Lost in Space, the 60s TV series. It was an actual copy right from the molds that made that actual studio model that they used. So it was sitting here in my yard, kind of like a hood ornament for your lawn.
Right. It
was sitting here for like 4 or 5 years because some guy drove it out from Los Angeles in the back of his pickup truck and said, "Here." I go, "Huh?" And he goes, "I was told you might like this." I'm like, "Okay, sure, I'll take it." And I ended up with a Jupiter 2 on my lawn, which I said, well, I'll just make a Jupiter 2, and never did. Years kept going by, and I still never did. And so I realized...
You saw me eyeballing it, didn't you?
I saw you eyeballing it, and I said, something... Keith's making his own studio, his own thing. I can give him something to really mess him up.
Yep.
So that messed you up. I gave it to you, and by golly, I don't think you stopped drooling until you got like halfway home after here.
Oh, I was making sure that thing wasn't flying out the back of the truck. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But it was like I was eyeballing. I was like, man, what? I said, why does Mark have a flying saucer sitting under the steps? And I had to ask what it was. And I think the storm's actually coming around on Jupiter. I think I was just starting to see it come around on the bottom left. But anyway, yeah. So, and I wanted that thing so bad that Sunday. We left. Well, Mark stayed at Bill's Saturday night. Followed Mark home all the way back into Connecticut.
And they didn't even want him to. He just followed me.
Yeah, I just followed him. I said, "You ain't getting away from me."
I kept looking at your rearview mirror, going, "Who the hell is that?"
I'm like,
I
"Pull
can't lose him.
over,
I'm
you
trying
bastard!" No,
don't! I'm gonna have to get him off my butt.
I was like, "Oh, I am not leaving this state without that." But anyway, I followed him back an hour north just to get that thing, so then I can come back another 5 hours south. And you know what? I didn't tell you about that trip on the way back, Mark. I
heard it was a nightmare in New York for you.
It wasn't it wasn't bad, but it was like really weird. Like because it took me back out like towards Bill's house, back to what is it, 684? I think it was.
684 was the right way to go, actually. And, that's the least traffic.
Yeah, and so I went down 684, but then I had to get fuel, and I didn't want to do it on the Jersey Turnpike, so I was like, all right, I'll just get fuel up here. So I got off this exit that said there was fuel. Little did I know it was like 2 miles away from the exit.
In Yonkers somewhere.
So I ended up in this little town like Mount something, all right, and I somehow I ended up on a parkway with like 8-foot bridge clearances. And next thing I know, I'm in Yonkers at the base of the George Washington Bridge doing figure eights trying to get on to the George. I was like, oh my Lord. But yeah, I finally got it. And actually I got home that day, I think it was right around 5 o'clock. So it wasn't too bad. Yeah. Now I do have a question in chat I want to ask you before the chat gets away from me. There was a question a while back by, I believe, I'm going to say a lady. I'm not sure, it might be a male. But by the name of Stacy. And they say, I know I'm going to make myself look dumb here. No question is dumb as long as you actually want the information for it. I'll tell you that. But
that's true.
And they say, what exactly are the stripes of Jupiter made of? Is it gas circling the planet, or is it the actual land itself?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
It says, what exactly are the stripes of Jupiter made of?
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? That's actually a really interesting question, and we actually talked about this when we did the Jupiter stream, if you recall, you and I, Keith, and maybe he or she who asked the question wasn't with us. But Jupiter's clouds are mostly hydrogen, all right? And there's in the core, it's like a liquid metallic hydrogen, which is a strange state of matter or gas at that point, liquefied under pressure. But the cloud bands are actually made of other impurities, which are minor components of Jupiter's atmosphere. These actually make up the browns that you see and the reds of the cloud bands. It's really amazing, and it is cloud bands. And now the thing is, one of the things that you want to understand too is that the cloud bands of Jupiter, they're dark and then they're light, right? They have an alternating light and dark, and the velocities of the winds at these cloud tops are really strange because the bands go in opposite directions to each other. Mm-hmm. It's not like on the Earth where you have a general trend across the United States with all the clouds going from, say, west to east or whatever. On Jupiter, you can have a cloud band that's, sending the winds hurtling 300 kilometers per hour eastward, and then the white band right below is going 300 kilometers an hour westward. They're opposite, and then right at that junction where the brown band meets the white band, you have all these turbulent eddies where those winds are colliding and shearing across each other. And generally, what happens is the brown bands and the white bands are at different elevations, to some extent. So you actually have areas where, you see it only as like a 2D thing, when you look at it through a telescope. There's no 3D. You can't see the depth into the cloud bands. But if you go to the Juno, Juno page, you can find photographs taken by the Juno spacecraft which show you the three-dimensionality. You can actually see the shadows on the cloud tops, long shadows behind the clouds at the top of these Jupiter-Jovian clouds. And you can actually see this three-dimensionality to the clouds, something that has eluded us because we see Jupiter from the sunlit side. Only with a satellite that's going around Jupiter, and Juno was going like a polar orbiter around Jupiter. Only that type of satellite would see it in a place where you could actually see the shadows off these clouds.
And I'm actually showing one of Juno's pictures on screen right now. Just as you're talking, I just flashed one up real quick. That's the one I actually sent you, and I said, "Wow," because they totally enhanced the color on it and everything.
Yeah, actually, the color is mildly enhanced, but that is the actual color. I don't think that's a false color shot.
Yeah,
Jupiter does have some really deep blues in it, and I know that because I've made probably 34-foot Jupiters, maybe 40 or so, 4-foot Jupiters before I turned Jupiter over to some other folks to do, because we make giant planets as well for our special effects business. We do giant solar systems every month for new buildings going up all over the United States. And so one of them is a 4-foot Jupiter. And we try to make it as beautiful and as accurate as possible. So, it's kind of cool. We've really learned a lot about just the cloud topography, the up and down of these cloud bands, just from that work. And that's just really interesting. And that's besides my astronomy background, So it's actually really cool. And Jupiter is a fascinating planet anyway. I mean, because you have so many different types of cloud bands on Jupiter, yet the bands themselves, as I said, are made from a small minority of impurities in the atmosphere. Really cool.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
Rock,
if you need more, let me know.
Rock, do you have any questions for Marc? I know you get a blast talking to him, same as we all do.
Not at the moment. Sorry, I got caught up in the chat here.
No problem.
I'm kind of listening to both there, or doing both. Not at this moment here. But I do have a question for you though. How was it meeting Travis out there? I kind of heard you guys talk about it a little bit. We didn't get to see too much of Travis, in the videos that came through. But I guess my question is, do you really think that he was abducted, in your personal view?
I believe that Travis believes that he was abducted.
Okay.
I have no... I mean, who am I to say whether he was or wasn't? I'm not, the one to make that. I mean, being that his story has stayed consistent over the years, it has never changed. And even with him correcting, the Hollywood portrayal, saying, that was a little out there. It wasn't exactly how it was, So it seems like he's determined to stick to his view of it and wants people to know his version of it and not the Hollywood version that was fire in the sky. Besides that, he was a really quiet guy.
Marc, painfully quiet sometimes.
Yeah, and Marc, you know him a lot better than... I mean, as I said, I maybe said 4 words to the guy. I told the story last night about how he kind of creeped me out when we were...
Yeah.
But it was, when he said the whole thing about, being regressed, hypnotic regression and stuff, I was just...
you need to be regressed, man.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, besides
is my anal probe showing? I mean, what's going on?
That's what I was about to say. I was like, Audrey, if there's something in my butt, I'm going to be really upset. You know what I mean? But,
sure.
Yeah, but besides, I mean, really quiet guy, really humble. I definitely use to describe him. But yeah, I didn't really talk to him all that much because we were kind of like, because of everything that was going on with the Pine Bush weekend and everything that he had on his agenda, we didn't want to have him come to Bill's where, he could relax and all of a sudden just bombard him, with questions and, hey, tell us this, tell us that, prove this. We didn't want all that to happen. So,
yeah.
And as I said, I wasn't there for the UFO part of it. You know what I mean? I mainly went up there to meet with Bill, and to meet Marc and, so.
To get a Jupiter 2.
Right. But to get a Jupiter 2, I didn't know I was getting till I got there. But
right.
But yeah, I mean, I wasn't actually there for the UFC. I mean, it's very interesting. Don't get me wrong, but that whole part of it was more on Bill's end, and it was it's fascinating to listen to speakers and whatnot and the people that you meet. But I don't know, Marc, what do you think of Travis?
Well, see, to me, first of all, I believe that something odd happened to Travis. And as a science guy, I can't sit there and say he was abducted. I mean, and not because of any other reason than I don't have
burden of proof, right?
Right, exactly, the burden of proof. But when I talk to Travis, he's a very nice guy. He doesn't, stories never change. He says it just like he remembers it. And, whether he's remembering something that happened or not, for real, doesn't really matter.
Right.
It happened.
Well,
Something happened.
Did he actually talk to you guys about the incident at all? Like when you guys
No,
were
he never does. He wants to play his guitar.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
Now I think I believe Al. Oh no, who was it? Yeah, it was Al.
Al's the
was it
paranormal
Al?
guy?
No. It was Jade. Jade
Yeah,
actually was talking to him about it a little bit, about the whole alien thing and abductions and whatnot. I overheard a little bit of that, but besides that, it really wasn't talked about unless you went to his talk or something like that, where you can actually hear him discuss it. But no, as far as I know, now once again, we went to bed early the one night just because we were getting up early to do the stream when the night that Travis was there. So I'm not sure what they talked about, that night. But it might have gotten talked about. But around us, there was hardly any mention of anything.
Yeah, I didn't say anything to him. I mean, I think Travis is a great guy. He's a very humble guy. But he's been doing this for 10, 15 years now, right? Going around talking about his experience, and I think after a while, it just it's finally too much. You just got to shut down, or
it's like repetitive.
Yeah, and I just think I just think that's why I kind of gave him a break from all that.
Yeah, because he does. I mean, he does. He kind of looks like he needs a break. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I mean, can you imagine just your name alone? Causing that. I mean, just for people to constantly ask you. Can you imagine how many times you get asked the same questions like every day?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be really draining.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And it's kind of weird because it happened to him, like I said, 15, 20 years ago. It seems like there's been so many more abduction cases since then.
Well, there's two ways you can look at that too. Like they said in the past, 30 years or whatever, there's been a lot more abduction, or a lot more videos of it, of UFOs and stuff. You got to realize there's a lot more cameras these days too.
That's correct.
And everybody basically has a professional camera in their pocket in the form of their cell phone, which still seems to suck when there's something good flying through the air, So.
Yeah.
What is that noise? Is somebody peeling like tape or?
It's not me. My hands are
well, I'm
gonna blame Marc.
I've got a 3D printer running behind me.
No, it just sounds like somebody's ripping tape off the microphone.
Oh. Okay. And how long have you had this delusion, Keith?
My name is Keith. It's been about 6 years.
That's right. My name is Keith, and I'm a tapeaholic.
And I like taters.
I'm a duct tapeaholic. I duct tape everything.
Oh,
hey, somebody asked in the chat about the precession of the equinoxes, and I if you want me to,
go for it.
Rip through that, I will.
Have at it.
It's interesting because our Earth, people know our Earth rotates on its axis, obviously. Well, except for the flat earthers, but it rotates in its axis, 23 hours and 50 something minutes, right? For basically a 24-hour time frame. However, it's also wobbling like a top. Now, when you spin a top on the ground, it starts going perfectly still. It looks like it's not even moving for a couple seconds, but then as it starts to reduce its speed, you see that it begins to wobble, and that the North Pole, so to speak, the top of the top, starts to execute a little tiny circle, as it's going around and around, and it does this little wobble. Well, from the very beginning of our planet's birth, it always had something that was causing it to be a little bit off kilter. It had a collision with a Mars-sized object around about 4.2 billion years ago, and that collision with the Mars-sized object caused it to get a giant chunk of itself blown off into space in the current theory, and that was how the moon was formed. And then over time, the asteroids and the ring that we undoubtedly started to get was cleaned up by that young moon and the Earth itself, and so we ended with just a moon. Well, then as we actually ended up with our oceans, the oceans were being pulled by that moon and by the sun, and that makes a tidal bulge. That's why we have tides. And as the Earth rotates, that tidal bulge imparts a force on the Earth that causes it to kind of lag behind the pull a little bit, and that bulge kind of moves a little bit off center and pulls the Earth in a little odd way, and that ends up over time as it settled into like a synergy with all those forces. It started to give the Earth a little bit of a wobble on its axis, and that wobble is approximately a 26,000 year wobble. And that means that over a period of 26,000 years, we have, say, Polaris near our North Pole now. 26,000 years from now, it'll be back to Polaris, but it'll go through a little tiny circle in the sky, going and bringing other stars to the North Pole to make them the polar star over that period of time for about 225,000 years. And then it will come back to around Polaris again.
It's funny because I actually did that in Stellarium. Like, you ever just play around in Stellarium and just speed up time? I went all the way to the end to like 999,999, and Polaris was off about, I'm going to say, 6 or 7 degrees.
Yep, that's right. And right now it's under a degree from the North Celestial Pole, like 50 something arc minutes. And then it does that little drift, but that circular motion is the entire planet slowly spinning like a top and spinning and on that little wobble of its axis. So big things, they do the things that these small top does in like just a couple seconds. You see that wobble. Okay, but these big things, it takes like tens of thousands of years to happen. So, but that's how it happens. And I think that's a very good question, because understanding that precession, that motion, is something that takes you back to the very formation of the Earth, and you have to understand everything that happened between then and now to know why it's happening. And it has to do with the collision to make the moon, as I said. It has to do with the tides and the oceans causing this drag on our planet as it's spinning. That also causes something else to happen. It causes the moon to drift a little farther away from the Earth every year. Interestingly. So the moon was a little bit closer to us in prehistoric times, and then it's a little farther now from us. And it has to do with exchange of angular momentum. That is, where the drag created on the by this rotation of the Earth and the water that's being pulled by the moon and the sun, that drag created by that friction of that water mass slows down the Earth. All right, but also causes the moon, in return, to actually drift a little farther from our planet, and it's a trade-off of this momentum. It's really cool. And
we kind of covered this a little bit earlier, but just in case we're missing anything, Mr. AM 1400 in the chat. I believe it's the first time I've seen him on here. But he says, I have been hearing about a planet in elongated orbit, and it's on its way to the inner solar system. What is it called?
I don't know where he's hearing about a planet that's heading for us. I mean, it sounds like a Nibiru Planet X thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably from one of those channels.
Although, I will say this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that the Earth has another moon?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How long you want to go with this?
I'm trying to figure it out. Earth actually, they've discovered that there is an asteroid that has actually been captured by the Earth, and it's actually something that's we'll probably never see it because it takes a long time to circle once, but it's actually in a very complicated orbit, and it was theoretical, now proven, I believe, and it is actually a second moon, if you want to call an asteroid a moon, that's circling us at a longer distance, but it is bound to us. And so it took us only, several hundred years of science to figure out that we actually have a second body that's orbiting us. If you look it up, look up Earth's second moon or Earth asteroid or asteroid orbiting Earth, you'll find it. It's a great article. It talks all about it, and it tells you where it is and how long it's going to orbit and everything. But I just thought I'd throw that out there. I wasn't going to dwell on it, but I will if you want me to.
Okay, well, according to science as of right now, is there a giant planet on an elliptical orbit that's going to enter our solar system anytime, say, in the next 100 years?
No.
There's your answer.
No, there isn't. But there's obviously Kuiper belt objects, and Kuiper is spelled Kuiper. It's that belt beyond Neptune, and before the Oort cloud, that's Oort. The Oort cloud is that cloud, that spherical cloud around our solar system that has a lot of cometary nuclei, and comets come from there pretty much. Mm-hmm. But the Kuiper belt is where a lot of these larger bodies are that just are in their own little orbits. Yep. There was a rumor, in fact, that
and just for the record, and where's the Kuiper belt located?
It's out past Neptune. So it's out 40 astronomical units and beyond.
Is Pluto considered in the Kuiper belt, or is it kind of on the fringe?
It is considered to be a Kuiper belt object. That's part of the reason it was demoted to a dwarf planet status. Okay. And it's also not in a true, low eccentricity orbit. That is a circular orbit around the sun. I mean, the planets have slightly elliptical orbits because of the what are called the orbital resonances that are set up between all of them as they orbit the sun and each other and the planets around with their moons. But the bottom line is that objects in the Kuiper belt typically are in these orbits that have been maintained for billions of years. But there's rumor that there's one object out there that might be as big as the Earth, if not bigger. And
in the Kuiper
belt. In the Kuiper belt, yeah. Mm. Now that's not heading for us. It's in its own little orbit. It's in its own proper orbit out there, and nothing is dislodging it. It takes an awfully big thing to dislodge something of that size and send it hurtling through the Earth. But you know what? If you like stellarium, and if you like, there's another program that I really liked for this purpose. It was called Celestia, and you might want to go look that one up. At Celestia, Celestia, Celestia. Celestia is a space viewing program where you can actually move out into space and go see the view from any other place in the universe. It's wonderful. And that is a program that I used for many years because I like to show people how our place in the sky is, and how, like, our Earth, we see our planet from this distance that we're at. We think it's huge. Okay, well, our planet is really small, and when you look at it from a distance, it's like impossible to see it, in fact. And I said this, and I do this in my talks. I say, Carl Sagan, who was a famous astronomer, said, Earth is in his words, a pale blue dot in the heavens. And this pale blue dot is something that is very, very tiny when we see it from a distance. And that property alone should tell you that even though we have our own gravity, and even though we are populated with intelligent beings, so they say, it doesn't seem to me that we're going to attract some giant planet that's going to come hurtling toward us just because of that. All right, there's other planets that attract objects far easier and far better, namely Jupiter. Okay. Jupiter, a giant gas world like Jupiter is the reason that we could exist in some theories, because Jupiter is huge, and Jupiter's gravity well, its force due to gravity, is so big and so extensive. But I believe that that Jupiter circling the sun has cleared the way for the planets in the inner solar system to be relatively free of impact for long enough that life could develop here. And I say long enough because obviously, just over 3 billion years ago, we had an era of bombardment where the Earth was nearly made into a molten sphere, in an ongoing manner because of the constant hits by asteroids and other debris. Because the solar system was a very chaotic place in the beginning. So it's now we have the occasional asteroid hitting the Earth. We had one 65 million years ago at the Cretaceous Paleogene boundary. That was something they used to call the KT boundary, but it's the Cretaceous Paleogene, and that was the asteroid that hit off Yucatan. And before that, we had 4 other big hits on the planet. Each one of those hits had such a major and profound effect on the path that life took afterwards that we're here through that strange combination of conditions and holes left in the evolutionary possibilities that we were here because of that. So there's no people look at that and say that's why it's so impossible to believe life could exist elsewhere. And my answer is why. I think we would have just turned out different.
And feel free not to answer this if you don't want to, because I know it is a sensitive subject for a lot of people. But are you religious?
I guess as religious as anyone is who looks at a beautiful starry sky under a Milky Way and goes, oh.
But do you subscribe to one of the world's religions? Christianity,
no, I do not.
Muslim.
Would
you consider yourself more of an agnostic?
I would say that I am probably I am imbued with the spirit of the universe, and that's not to try and deflect the question. It is to give you it is to give you the exact answer that I believe. I'm imbued with the spirit of the universe. When I go outside and look at the starry sky, I feel homesick. I feel like I am so lucky to be able to view the sky. And it turns out that a beautiful night sky is actually something that scientists and other and psychologists, in fact, are saying is important to the well-being of people. They actually believe that the starry sky and with Milky Way is an ecosystem in and of itself that imbues the viewer with spectacular, benefits to their health.
Right. Well, I dare anybody, if they're feeling down or anything, I dare anybody to go outside on a crystal clear night and just sit down and look up and tell me you don't feel better.
Yeah.
It's just a natural, what do you call it? Antidepressant.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is for me. I've never suffered from any kind of depression or whatever. I've always been very positive, and I've had my shares of my health issues and all that stuff. But if anyone has a right to feel, depressed, I guess it would be me, right? With all the things I've been through. But I don't have anything whatsoever. I mean, I just look at all this amazing stuff we're finding out. We're learning so many new things about the universe every day. And mostly because obviously I'm into exoplanets, planets around other stars. I look at these exoplanets and the new exoplanet finds, and I go, this is something that is going to change humanity. This will change everything about this planet. It will change mankind, period. Yep. Because we are living in a place that is, no longer what we once thought it was.
I want to get your comments on something RN Kim just wrote, and I thought it was pretty fascinating. She says, so we constantly have near-Earth objects that are unknown until they enter our neck of the woods. Who's to say that Earth isn't surprised with a large Kuiper object or unstable orbit comet?
Well, I can speak to that. Beyond a certain size, we don't have anything to worry about. I'll tell you why. When we look at the planets, when we look at other objects in the solar system...
Are you getting ice cream right now?
Me?
Yeah, what's that? It sounds like music.
Oh no, that's the 3D printer behind me.
Oh yeah, you're chasing an ice cream truck, aren't you?
No,
That's
I'm
exactly
not.
what it sounds like. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I'm
interrupt.
chasing an ice cream at 11:24 in the evening. I'm chasing an ice cream truck from some weird guy that's still selling
Dude,
ice cream.
Mark, I have met Clem. I know what's possible. Okay, so let's just leave it at that. All right, go ahead. Yeah, answer. Kim's
I
question.
resemble that remark. You stay out of this, Clem.
Oh, that Clem.
No. See, I understand that feeling. You know, who's to say that? The question is, who's to say there's not an object that we just don't see? And that's a valid question when it comes to something like an asteroid size, like a 10-mile across asteroid. You know, maybe that killed the dinosaurs or whatever. I think that these small objects, they don't have a large enough gravity well that we would actually see their disturbance to the rest of the solar system before they got to us. They do surprise us. And, 60 degrees ahead of our orbit and 60 degrees behind our orbit, there's asteroids that are stuck there. Yeah, and they're in that it's sort of a Lagrange point, the point where all the gravitational forces are balanced for a bit. Mm-hmm. and they follow us around as we orbit the sun. They go around with us. Now, if a comet comes through that's fairly dense, it could dislodge one of those, send it hurtling toward the sun, where it then circles around the sun, and then 30 years later, it's on a collision course with the Earth. Maybe that's how the dinosaurs were, ultimately destroyed, was by such a collision. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's possible, but I think that when we look at the fact that we have these asteroids close to us, and these are near Earth objects, or NEOs. Mm-hmm. These NEOs are dangerous to us, and we have to monitor them. But objects like another Earth-sized thing or a Moon-sized object, these have sufficient gravity so that we would see perturbations, that is, changes, small changes, to the orbits of other planets in the solar system as these objects are approaching us. Mm-hmm. We could detect that, and we don't see that. And luckily we don't see that. Right. Trust me. I mean, if we saw like Jupiter start to move from its orbit, and then we don't know why, it could be because then we start to worry, because until we see what that thing is and calculate where it's going, we would be worried about it.
Right.
And we currently don't have the technology to stop it. Someday
that we know
we
of.
Will. Okay.
Just to put it out there, just that the public knows of. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went there.
Yeah, you did. You so did.
Well, here's the thing. You know what's cool? I was reading an astronomy magazine, and there is 7 close pass-bys of some comets this year.
Yeah.
And I believe one of them is next week, possibly. I'm not sure about that, but that would be an awesome stream for your channel. If you could locate that comet or asteroid and track it and whatnot.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, one of the things I'm going to do with Sky Tour live stream is I'm going to teach my telescope how to track satellites as well, so that when we know there's a satellite coming, I could just have the telescope go to where the satellite's going to be, and as soon as it shows up, the telescope will track it.
Awesome.
My telescope has that capability, so I'm going to do that, and it's a 10-inch instrument, so it's not too unwieldy. Mm-hmm. And it's really nice, and so I'm gonna try and do that. It'll be spectacular.
When are you planning your first stream? I mean, do you have?
I was gonna do it tonight. but it wasn't clear.
I took you away from it, didn't I?
No, it's cloudy here. I can't.
And
I was actually.
I was just gonna say. Paul says hello, and he says thank you.
Awesome.
For having us up there, and the awesome gifts that we actually got from you. Just.
That's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. You guys are great. You contribute so much to the science, but you don't really think you do. And that's that was my way of saying.
Can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
We're looking for UFOs. That's what we're doing.
Of course, everybody. That's the idea, right?
I want to see a flying
saucer. What's this transit at the moon? What's this transit at Jupiter,
I want to see something come in. I want to see it make a 90-degree turn. I want it to, branch off into 70 million pieces and, fly around the moon and come back together. That's what I want. But until that happens, we got to rely on known knowledge and, kind of contrast and compare and go on, what mankind knows instead of what mankind wants.
No doubt. And that's the hard thing when you're dealing with science. It's very tempting, not to me, but it's very tempting to some people to just sort of give in and let science be damned, and basically for a while just go science free. And I just I wouldn't I can't do that. I just can't do that.
Yep.
Somebody was peeling tape again there.
Yeah, that's exactly what that noise was. It was you.
It was actually.
It was Clem,
I just realized what it was. No, it was actually my mic was phone was like raking across my zipper on my coat. I just realized that. So it wasn't me. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But I don't know. It's one of those nights.
English, please.
Wow, 165. Actually, what? I'm gonna do some chat out because we got actually a really, really good chat group tonight. I mean, everybody's been cordial. Everybody's asking the right questions.
So I think Amanda's dumped a few people too.
Yeah, there's a couple. You're always gonna get a couple. But let me jump in here and see who's active and just give you a shout out here. Let's see participants. Here we go. We're going to run down a list, all right? We got 2004 Just B, and we got, I'm just going to do first names, Andrew, and Arnie, and Ash, and Avi, and Clerkster, and Canadian Boy, and Darkstar, and Daryl, and Dave Waters, and Dennis, and Amanda, and Fantasy, and Flat Earth Warrior is still here.
Well, does Flat Earth Warrior actually talk about Flat Earth?
Yeah. But, here's the thing with Flat Earth people. I don't mind them.
They have members all around the globe.
No, I don't mind having a conversation with Flat Earthers, okay? Because sometimes you actually do learn something. Like the last time I actually had a cordial conversation with a Flat Earther, I ended up asking them what the end game was, like why this would be some big conspiracy to keep the Earth, and I never knew the reason behind it. And this person being a flat earther and a true flat earther, he said the reason that behind it comes actually from religion. Like somehow they don't want you to know that God is real. That's what he was telling me. Now, do I subscribe to that? No, obviously not. But I did respect him for actually coming out and putting it and being cordial about it. And actually letting me know what the thinking was behind it, because that was always my question was, do you think the Earth is flat? Like, what's the end game? Like, why would that even exist? And he actually kind of gave me a reason for it. So, anyway, let me continue the list before I forget somebody. Oh, man, now, you know what? Oh, boy, see, I'm just going to start with Daryl. Daryl and Dave Waters and Dave Schmidt. Dave, we definitely got to get that thing scheduled before your school lets out. I got to talk to Marc and Paul, and we'll definitely set a date so we can get your class private stream in.
When is that?
Who
is that?
We got us three got to get together on Skype or something and figure out a time that we
was that Dave? Dave what?
Dave Schmidt. He's a teacher.
Oh, I saw him. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Dave, we're up for that. I had agreed. I had totally agreed with these guys that would be a great thing to do, and absolutely. They wanted to do it, and I said I would be happy to do it with them if they would have me. Yep. And they argued against me and saying, no, we don't want that jerk, but I guess I kind of convinced them over time.
We're going to let Clem do it.
Oh, God.
But anyway, continuing on, Amanda, welcome. We missed you last night, Amanda. It was beautifully clear at some points last night for the Juba stream. Fantasy, once again, Jay Rich, John Lennon's in the chat. And Lauren, welcome. And, of course, Paul is in there, the live moon cam. That is Paul. For anybody that has any questions for him, I'm sure he would be glad to answer them. Jello's in the chat. Mr. AM, thanks for joining us. It's the first time I actually seen you in the chat, so welcome, sir. Nancy Castro and Nancy, geez, you're going to make me do this. Fondren, yeah, there you go. Okay, I got it. All right, and I think, I'm in the chat. And RN Kim is the first time I've seen her in there, so thanks again. Welcome, RN Kim. Rockstar, of course, is joining us live on audio here with Marc and as well in the chat, so he's answering your questions and banning people that deserve
he
it.
just said hi to me in the chat, like, I'm not here. I think that's like, hello.
I can't get a word in edgewise, so I had to say hi.
And we
No,
got.
I'll stop talking. I'll let you talk.
No,
I'm almost
right.
done. And Surf EXP and Salvador Flores and of course Marc and Spickman and Stacy and Swind and Ted and Tony the Night Owl and Tony Wells and Traxlin. Anybody I missed, you weren't on this list then. We'll do it again later. But welcome to everybody. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat.
Well, you didn't welcome to Sky Tour live stream. Sky Tour live stream is in here too. You didn't.
That was you. That's why I said Marc.
Oh, okay. I'm only kidding.
Actually, did Amanda post your channel page?
I think she did. That was very kind of her.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah.
She has a couple
She did it a couple times.
Okay, yeah. If you can keep doing that throughout the night, mods or whoever, that'd be great. So they can make sure to subscribe to Marc when he goes, because that's going to be very, very interesting. He is doing different than what we're doing here. And he's going to pay attention to a lot of deep space objects, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take people on a nightly tour of what's best in the sky for that moment, and it's never ending. I mean, it's not like it's ending. And I have a nice camera that will allow us to.
And he's not talking about his neighbor's windows, you perverts.
No, yeah, we can't do that.
We're gonna keep it in space
because that got us arrested last time. Remember, Keith, when you were there?
Yeah, let's not talk about that. I was young.
We weren't supposed
to
anyway, right?
Yeah. I was young. I needed the money. Let's not talk about that.
There's Saturn. Well, it's true, but the fact of the matter is that, I'll go quickly on that. Sky Tour live stream is going to be a stream. It's all set to go. As of the other day, I got all my hardware set up in the dome thanks to Bill. And he came up to pick up some foundational material for his telescope because he's going to start putting his scope outside permanently. He's not going to put a dome, but he's going to have a covered base, basically. So I gave him foundation material, big 2-inch thick slate squares that he can use as a base for that. And then he gave his mother one too, because she didn't want to leave her out. She was so kind to put us up for that night. Anyway,
awesome people.
So, Sky Tour live stream is going to be a stream where we actually, if we get a clear night ever, we're going to basically look at deep sky objects. And the camera's wonderful because even if you don't see it with your eye right away, we can sit there and right in front of you take a picture, and then you see the result. After, say, a 3-second picture, a 10-second picture, you see exactly what we just were saying and looking at in the sky. And then I can show you photos of what that same object looks like after processing, because I will have processed it and I will have that in my stream as well. So I can say, now look, I took 10 photos of this, put them all together. It's called stacking. And then this is what you see when we're done. And then I talk about the object and tell everybody, like, okay, there's a galaxy. It's so far away. It's so big. It's got so many stars. And look at these little areas in the galaxy. This is where the stars are being formed, and we have this to look forward to. We have that to look forward to. And it's going to be kind of like a tour, and that's just for galaxies. And each one is different. So then we have star clusters, which are just phenomenal little gems in the universe. They're just beautiful little jewel boxes out there, and it's just stunning to see these things.
I'll tell you what.
And then there's nebulae, which are gas clouds. Some are blue and some are red. We can actually see the colors with this camera, which is nice. Usually, to your eye, things only look black and white. For instance, most people know the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula is in Orion, obviously, and it's below the belt of Orion in the sword, what they call the sword. Well, the nebula is got some beautiful reds and beautiful blues. But to your eye, you don't really see those. You can't see it. It looks whitish, sometimes a little green to your eye. But when you take a picture of it, it's immediately red or immediately blue. You see it very quickly. And so I think that we're gonna see a lot of these things. I did the other night one called the Lagoon Nebula. The Lagoon is in the constellation Sagittarius, and it's beautiful, and it's an area where stars are being formed. And I just took a 10-second exposure of it to see how it looked. The moon was actually out when I took this exposure, but I could still see detail within this nebula. And then we'll go back and we'll actually process it and then I'll show you the results of the processing. So it's stuff that you learn about the universe. You learn about what's up there.
It's different. It's going to be a whole different.
One of the problems is learning where we are in our galaxy. We're in a spiral galaxy. All right. Now we thought we were in a regular spiral. Yeah, right. Spiral galaxy, like a pinwheel of stars, in like one of the arms, and we knew that we're in one of the arms, but as it turns out, we might be in a different type of galaxy than we always thought we were. It might be that we're in a barred spiral galaxy, not a spiral galaxy. And a barred spiral galaxy is one that has a straight bar running through it, and then the spiral arms come off of these straight bars. It's really a weird thing, and I'll show you pictures of it so you can see. But this is the kind of thing. So we're going to take that live stream in a very different direction. We're going to take it in the direction of totally showing you live and dynamically everything that's out there in the universe for you to see.
It's going to be very different. Very different.
It'll be very different. But so you're probably going to go to the same place.
I probably am.
Here, right?
I would love one night that there's clear skies in Miami and clear skies in Connecticut, and actually to do a side-by-side moon. One telescope is down in Miami, the other one is up in Marc, and actually combine them on the screen. And people underestimate the power of having a confirmation, because we can see stuff passing from the moon all day long, but until there's another scope, be it 100 miles away, but this one would be even better because it's about 1,000 miles maybe.
Yeah, a little more.
So if something passes in front of the moon on Paul's, and it also passes in front of the moon on Marc's, guess what?
It means it's far enough away.
Very high likelihood that it is very close to the moon because of perspective. And I just think that would be awesome, that as much as we can, with Marc doing his own thing with the sky tours, and then us doing what we normally do, if there's a way maybe 2-3 times a month we can just power up and actually have both scopes actually concentrate either on the moon or on even Jupiter or Saturn, and actually have them side by side. I think that would be really neat and really different.
Well, I agree, and there's actually something else that having two scopes like that at simultaneously looking at the same object and showing it on the screen at the same time can do. It can prove the Earth is round.
There you go.
Because we'll see the changing perspective on the moon from
there you go, Sandra
Earth.
Patty. That's what it would do. Oh, somebody deleted her message. Darn. We had a flat earther. We had a flat earther to make the point about, but that's okay.
Oh, really? Yeah, you did, didn't you?
Yeah. That's okay.
Well, that's what I think is important, though, right? I mean, it's important to understand, where we are, what our planet's like, and you know what? If people like the ones that still want to pretty much complain and say that the Earth is flat, well, they can say the Earth is flat, but the problem is that every other bit of knowledge that they can see with their own eyes belies that assumption. Then they have to say, well, there's a special reason why the Earth is the only planet that's flat. And then they inevitably have to say it's because Earth is the only planet that has life, or Earth is the only planet capable of supporting life. But wait, that doesn't work, because even Saturn, which is on the screen now, Saturn's moon Enceladus shows signs that it may also harbor life, microscopic life, possibly. But Enceladus, a 300-mile diameter moon, looks like it may have hydrothermal vents on its south pole, and under the ices of its south pole, in the internal oceans that are below those permanent icy darkness. And that is something that would imply that if life can exist on a sphere, then why would how could Earth be flat, but then see something that's a sphere with life as well, just like on Earth? And that's what Enceladus is showing us. It's showing us that life will find a way, as Ian Malcolm, as what's his name there, the actor plays Ian Malcolm there in Jurassic Park, says, life will find a way. And that's true. And I think it's important to understand that if we see that every other object in the universe is a sphere. And the sphere, is there for a reason. The sphere is there because that is the form that requires the least amount of energy to maintain when you have gravity. Right. To create a flat surface would require a monumental change to physics to allow it to exist like that on its own out in the universe. And then you have to explain all these difficult issues like, how come the sun rises and sets on flat Earth? There shouldn't be any sunrise or sunset. Everybody should see the sun, and then it should set for everybody. Yep. But how do they get around that? How do they have this weird...
They'll find a way.
Well, they have this weird thing that says that the sun circles around above it. But wait, the sun gives off light in every direction, and they say, well, now we have to make sure it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Now we have to make it like a spotlight. And it's like, oh, now you're saying that you have a mechanical construct that makes a spotlight out of our sun. That goes against everything we see with other stars. So how can you possibly say now, okay, the Earth is flat, and now the sun is a spotlight, not a big omni ball that's reflecting light and radiating in every direction. Okay, we have to believe that the sun is actually a spotlight. But only the sun, not the other stars we see. No, just the sun. So either way, they're trying to make us into something special.
And they will come up with some crazy pseudoscience to try to explain.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you something. Yeah, I mean, this is some of the crazy stuff they come up with. And I've always joked around like this. I said, well, my proof the Earth isn't flat is, I have never received a call from someone who lives at the edge going, hey, there's nothing else out here. Mm-hmm. Or, hey, my dog fell off the edge, man. I lost my dog. He went out in the backyard to do his business, and he fell off, man.
Yep.
Right?
That's funny.
Where is it? Why isn't it happening? It should happen if it's a flat Earth. Why haven't we ever got any calls from people on the edge saying, hey, man, I'm a little worried about what's over there because things are falling off. I lost a rake. I lost a dog.
There is a video channel some of you might have seen called Curious Droid. And I actually added it to the playlist where he did a flat Earth video. And if you haven't watched it, definitely go and watch it. Because not only does he tackle that, but he also tackles the moon conspiracy, the moon hoax and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And he basically debunks the hoax conspiracy, very easily. So a very good channel, Curious Droid. And as well as, I have another guy on there too that does a really good job. The name is escaping me right now, but
that's all right.
It's
it's
all on the playlist on the channel if you look for it.
It's the flat Earth and the moon landing conspiracy. I mean, that's like low hanging fruit. When someone wants to argue that, and I feel like I'm in the mood, I'll say, yeah, give me something easy. Holy cow. Because there's no difficulty arguing with that. Okay? Mm-hmm. The harder thing to argue is string theory real? I don't know. I mean, some people say yes, some astrophysicists say no. So it's really hard, to argue that because you have to have a full understanding of one side or the other, and no one has a full understanding of one side or the other. So, things like that are hard, but, the low-hanging fruit is the Earth flat, or, is the moon, Yeah, you know where I'm going. I don't have to even finish. Honestly.
Yeah, you just can only get so far before you're like, just forget it.
Yeah.
But we will be able to have fun with this kind of talk when A-Hole Astronomers launches, and we can actually really let it go.
Yes.
Now, the guy in the chat, Mr. AM 1400, has been asking some really good questions, actually.
Okay.
And let's see. I've been trying to save it up here, but let's see. What's his last one? One of the more difficult concepts to grasp is temporal mechanics. Is that sometimes an effect can precede cause. A reaction can be observed before the action that created it. Explain that, Marc.
Did you like read his question fully or something?
There we go. You ready?
Paraphrase.
I'm going to read it again to you. Okay.
All right.
From Mr. AM 1400. One of the more difficult concepts to grasp in temporal mechanics is that sometimes effect can precede cause. A reaction.
I mean, precede.
Precede. Well,
Is that what he said?
I'm just reading it as it says proceed.
Oh, okay.
But okay, I'm verbatim. And it says a reaction can be observed before the action that created it, and it says explain.
Well, the best way I can explain it is by going back to an exact argument of this sort that was had by Stephen Hawking and another famous astrophysicist that some of you may know. He was actually the guy who in Interstellar he was the the consulting astrophysicist on the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Did you remember his name?
Not offhand, no.
You sure? Okay. His name's Kip Thorne. Right.
Yeah,
Kip Thorne. Kip Thorne. Yeah, you remember Kip Thorne. He was.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
We did, but obviously.
My brain doesn't work like yours. Yours just remembers everything. I have problems remembering what kind of sandwich I ate this afternoon.
Well, I remember what sandwich you had today.
Of course.
No, I don't. I'm just kidding. I actually sat with. The reason I remember this is I sat with Kip Thorne for like 3 hours, and he talked about a problem he was going through with Stephen Hawking at the time, and it happened to be that Kip Thorne felt that.
Is this the story where they end up switching opinions?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely tell that one. Definitely tell.
Yeah, because this is the whole point of this is to show how little even the guys who know it all know. Okay. Mm-hmm. So Kip Thorne was arguing that you could actually have actions precede the actual activity that created them. As in, he said, I can generate conditions such that I can take my ship and start to fly it into a black hole. But before I actually enter the black hole, I can see myself emerging from the white hole, the opposite, the anti-black hole, basically, the white hole, the outflow from that black hole at the other end. Now, that's exactly what this is. We're talking temporal mechanics is a Star Trek term, I believe, from Next Gen, but it is something that's very interesting because now Kip said that, and Stephen Hawking said, absolutely not, Kip, that's ludicrous. And Kip Thorne said, well, I'll write up my argument, and Hawking said, all right, I'll write up my argument against it. And Hawking sent Kip that one, and Kip sent Hawking his argument. And the two of them read each other's argument, and then Hawking said, Kip, I apologize, I think you're right. And Kip said, no, Stephen, you're right, I apologize, I think I got it wrong. So they swapped positions, like you said. And this is something that's very funny because it shows that as sure as you are that something can happen in that way, you could turn right around and say, no, I'm wrong, it can't happen, because they're on the fringe. They're so far out on the fringe where there's not enough data, there's not enough science yet to justify one position versus another, that they're on the edge of speculation. And science abhors speculation. It loves hypothesis, which, by the way, is speculation. That's got some elements of potential proof. But the thing is that this is something that two great minds on this planet swapped positions with. So I don't feel so bad about not knowing the answer to that question when Stephen Hawking couldn't figure it out, and Kip Thorne thought he had it figured out and didn't. So nobody knows what the answer is.
Well, isn't it right? It should be said that it hasn't been figured out yet.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't have the science yet to fully break that down into. Well,
one of science's favorite terms is yet, because they can always say, "Oh yeah, we don't know yet. Yet, we will figure it out eventually."
I totally believe that.
Yep.
I totally believe that. I think that's going to be true.
I mean, just look at the amount of, figuring out, quote unquote, that's been done in the last 40 years alone.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this before, and and I talk about some of this in my book, and that is that when we have the science that we see now, much of the science that we see now as ordinary, everyday science and engineering feats and marvels, okay? Ordinary engineering marvels, or ordinary things that we use that were engineering marvels in their day. Mm-hmm. These were science fiction at one time, and then they became science fact. And, a simple one, what we're seeing here, a live view of Saturn, courtesy of a telescope down in Miami, mm-hmm. being streamed over the internet through you in Pennsylvania, and I'm watching it here in Connecticut, all live. At the same time, we have a chat room with a bunch of individuals from all over the world who come in, join us, and hang out for a while. And it's like a global meeting. It's a meeting from around the world right here on P&K Space Imaging. Yep. I mean, you got to understand, to me, this was science fiction brought to science fact. Yeah. And we just say, that's every day. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm going to do a live stream too. Yeah, I'm going to do a live stream. Oh, I got a live stream. And it's like, no one really appreciates, I don't think, what is behind the scenes to allow what we're seeing to actually happen. Right. Think of the amount of data
it has to happen at.
Yes, I was just getting to that. Think of the amount of data that has to be transmitted at high speed to be able to see Saturn simply shimmering on the screen like we're seeing it. It's shimmering because of atmospheric instability. Look at it. It's shimmering. Woo, woo. Okay. These shimmers tell us something astronomically and about our Earth's atmosphere. It tells us about how the atmosphere works just by looking at this. Yep. We see that Saturn is actually slightly more red. You can't tell, but it's slightly yellowed more than it is because of the atmosphere. But it's also shimmering because we have cells of air, convective cells of air that are moving up, and they actually cause light to be refracted ever so slightly because of the change in the temperature of the cells. They actually cause the light to bend a little bit, and you actually see this kind of shimmering all the time. Mm-hmm. It's related to mirages in some way. It's related to actually atmospheric scintillation, which is another problem we have with stars that look like they're just like going to all colors of the rainbow when they're near the horizon. Mm-hmm. Saturn's obviously a little higher in the sky than on the horizon, but still, we see the shimmering because of that process of the atmosphere. So we're learning all this science just in a simple live stream. Do you remember the time when webcams were just a static photo for the day? Here's today in Norway. Oh, that's nice. Okay, it might not look like that now, 6 hours later. Well, now you can go on and get an EarthCam app on your iPhone. EarthCam's great. And see live views at high definition, 4K, all around the world.
And obviously Nibiru, too.
With sound. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to come down there. Okay.
It's crazy because back when I was in high school, we had to get our information from an encyclopedia. I don't know.
Remember that?
I know. It's crazy. And it was the same information for the last 10 years that you had the damn thing, but
10 years I had mine. There was one that I was using for a book report that was like 25 years old, and I'm like, this is so outdated, but you had to do it based on what the school had, and
it's crazy the information that people have now. I mean it is so insane. Like I said, it's moving so fast, it's crazy.
Listen, we are living in a golden age of information where any information is at your fingertips. And the fact that any information is at your fingertips and the explanation of any kind of sciences is right there. Well, you obviously got to pay for an internet connection, but it's right there for anybody to look, to anybody to test, to anybody to learn. That's, once again, I hate to get back into the flat earth stuff, but it's like with all that information at your fingertips, how do you still remain that ignorant to what is going on around you?
You have to want.
Yeah. And any subject that you want to get into or look at, you can look at some guy's life story or his whole life project, and have that at your hands, in seconds, right? Yep. It's so crazy how smart the next generations are going to be compared to what somebody that's say in their 50s or 40s or 50s.
Yeah.
These kids that are coming up in this, it's a whole evolution of minds.
But it's not only information like at our fingertips now. We have the cumulative information of everything past. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
would I ever think that I'm sitting, here watching, John Dobson build, actually hand build a telescope mirror, in a little shack behind his house, in 2017? No, but that video is there from the 90s that is still relevant today. If I wanted to go build a giant telescope mirror, I could. Based on that information that was accumulated by John Dobson back in the day. So it's like
that's right.
It's just it amazes me that so many people are just refuse to grab the knowledge when it's available. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a conversation between you and Marc at Pine Bush. I think I mentioned this earlier, where you guys were sitting in the truck and you were just talking about stuff. It was a great conversation. What you guys were talking about. You guys went into shoot, what was I talking about? You guys went into this whole thing about most of us didn't want to learn in school.
Yeah.
And me for one, it hit a bell. It was like, man, yeah, I have some kind of thirst for knowledge now. I mean, to be able to sit here with someone like Marc is just insane. He has so much information, but and I'm learning so much from you guys.
That's great.
I don't know if you guys are aware of it, or you too, Marc. I mean, especially you, Marc. But and Keith too. I've learned so much from just hanging out with Keith and his channel. But I think that now at this time in my life, I have a bigger thirst for knowledge. I want to learn so much more now than I did before. And that was a conversation you guys had in the truck. It totally hit.
I'll second that. Yeah, I'll second that. I mean, I'm just the fact, just when I can still sit here and listen to Marc and learn something, and I don't know, maybe it's because of my age, maybe just because maturing over the last 15 years or so, that to the point where you actually want that knowledge. Because I mean, for kids, like, schools these days basically they're not teaching kids to help them learn. They're teaching kids to take a test. And that is like, we got lucky. I think we were probably the last generation that was actually taught to teach. But nowadays they're just taught to take a test. It's all about numbers. It's all about funding. How much government funding they get. Graduate numbers. It's very rare do you see. And don't get me wrong, there are exceptions to it. But very rarely do you see, kids. I mean, look, they're taking away all the creativity in schools. They're taking away music programs. They're taking away woodshop programs. It's all about, into a book, copying, what you're reading or what the teacher is telling you, and there's no like hands-on or learning, which is just, I feel it's a real shame, because it's really causing us to fall behind the rest of the world that is taking a hands-on approach to education. I mean, in school, you didn't learn how to pay bills. You know what I mean?
No.
You didn't learn, you didn't learn the necessities for life. You learned to read a book and dictate that back, through a test. And that's all it is today. It's teaching kids to take a test and how good their memory is, instead of applying them to what you see that they're good at, or what direction you see them going in that, they could really excel at. It's just really... really weird.
It's crazy because I see like 5-year-olds with cell phones now, and you see them locked into this whole world of cell phones. I don't know how much of it is actually information that they're picking up, but it's interesting to watch. Like how smart, or I barely know how to use a computer. I mean, these kids now they're learning the stuff when at the age of like 5 or so, and it's going to progress to where I think we're going to have super smart generations coming ahead here.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hey, Marc, I got a question for you.
Sure.
I want to get into this H3. It's something that I've been interested in on the moon. What is your take on the H3?
I mean,
Helium 3.
helium 3? You mean?
Yeah. Helium 3 on the moon.
Well, if you think about it, you know, helium and hydrogen on this planet are actually fairly rare. And most of it will be extracted from crustal components. The moon actually has an awful lot of helium 3, and it's actually it was put there, okay, or created there because the moon was heavily bombarded by solar energy and radiation from the sun, and that isotope of helium. Is something that we could use to create, structures, and we can use to actually build things. And one of the things that is important is that there's a lot of it on the moon. So the moon is sort of full of raw materials. Don't forget the moon also has titanium. The moon has other, elements in our periodic table that are very important to us. But I think it's important to understand that we have to actually get there, and we have to have a way of, extracting it in a way that is useful to us. Now, for instance, we could use helium-3 as a safer fuel for nuclear energy, fusion energy, and I think it's something that we should mine and figure out a way to accumulate. And I think that it's very important to do this. There are people here on Earth that have already shown that helium-3 can be used as a fuel in a fusion reactor. It's very important. But that isotope is especially plentiful on the moon. So the moon is where we should go. I think, Keith, you asked me one other time. You said, should we go to Mars or should we go to the moon first? What do I think?
Yeah, that was our pondering question one night. We were getting people's opinions on what they thought.
Yeah, and my response, I said, was, I think we should go to the moon first, because the moon is a normal waypoint. Because if we do anything and create something in lunar orbit, the escape velocity from the moon is far less than the Earth. The cost to put something into lunar orbit is far less than it is to put something in the Earth orbit. And so we could build something in lunar orbit and then transition that to Mars much, much more easily than if we have to launch it from the Earth, because we automatically limit what we can send off of the Earth by its size. And because we're punching through air, what we send off of the Earth has to be a certain shape. It has to be aerodynamic, and we don't need that if we build it up in Earth orbit or in lunar orbit. Even it can be a cube, like a Borg cube, and be just fine. We're not going to have these differential forces on it that can't be handled. It's going to just accelerate. It'll accelerate a diamond-shaped ship or a cube-shaped ship in the same way that it would accelerate a cylinder. So it'll release us from having to design our space-going craft in a cylindrical shape with an aerodynamic nose cone, for instance. That'll just be gone. And we want to get away from that as soon as possible. And to do that, I think we have to build a ship either in Earth orbit or in lunar orbit. Now, if we build it in Earth orbit, we have to still ship up the raw materials to make it in Earth orbit. If we build it in lunar orbit, it'll actually, in the long run, it'll be cheaper, because we will be able to build it in lunar orbit from materials mined off the moon. And if we're using helium-3 as a fusion reactor fuel, then we will have boundless energy to do it from. So I believe that, and Harrison Schmitt was one of the astronauts on Apollo. He was a big fan of helium-3. That was a big thing for him. And that's important to us, too. And it's important to me, too. And I think that this is all part of reaching, the Kardashev Type 1 civilization status, where we actually become basically energy independent, and we start to, we stop burning dead things to make our energy, because that's all we do. And that's something we want to kind of get away from and get out of. And so that's kind of my take on it. I hope that's helpful.
There you go. Said like a professional.
Yeah, cool.
Nah, I
Is
did
it dead? Let's burn it.
Yeah, right. That's it. That's just the way to say it, right? I mean, we still burn dead things.
Yep.
And I think it was Michio Kaku who said that. And if I'm lucky, I'm going to get a chance to talk to Michio Kaku soon. Yeah, I'm really hoping that comes through. Because I have a few things to talk about with him. Because I believe he's going to be asked to, speak someplace that you and I know about, Keith, next year. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Are you speaking at that place as well, by chance?
I sure am.
Okay.
Are you guys talking about Pine Bush or?
No.
Oh,
okay.
Gave it away.
We're talking about the strip club on 42nd Street.
Right.
Okay. All right. Been there, yeah.
Yeah. Now, Dave Schmidt he asked a question a while back, which I was actually following, and he wanted to know about. I believe, Dave, you're the one that asked us. You were asking about the new the Caltech discovery of a possible planet 9 in our solar system. I believe, and I'm looking for it, and I don't see where it is. But you did ask, and I do want to talk about that because that is something that is really kind of current news, and I think it's a really good place to start off in another direction here. But first things first. Caltech astronomers actually did discover that there is what looks like a 9th planet in our solar system, and it's way far out past Neptune. It's actually it's possibly, believe it or not, and this is something that's amazing, it's about 10 times the mass of the Earth, and it's 20 times farther than Neptune is from the sun, and so it's pretty interesting that something that far out can be detected. The reason it was detected is for the reason I was talking about before. Its gravitational influence on nearby objects around it that we do see. Now, there was some cause of concern in recent years because this thing is in an elliptical orbit. It's sitting out there, but it's also basically a trapped object, perhaps a rogue planet that is a planet that was ejected from a solar system way in its past, perhaps. And it was captured by our solar system, perhaps. It ended up in an elliptical orbit when its orbit settled down. But it's actually not heading for us. It's not going to be like South Park. It's heading right for us, or anything like that. It is something actually that's out there, and at that size, this makes it something that's the most planet-like planet of anything in the solar system, solid planet. So it's neat because they found these little gravitational perturbations or little gravitational changes out there in the Kuiper belt again that we couldn't explain. And those changes were only explainable if there was an object out there. And now they think they saw it. Now they think they have an object. And they're actually calling it the really special, great name of Planet 9. Yes, you heard it here first.
Proof.
Planet 9. It was actually January of 2016 when they announced this. But, science moves at the speed of slow and slower. And the reason is because of the need for confirmation of data. Mm-hmm. And so...
Peer review.
Peer review, exactly. And so that's why when someone comes out and you see something on the internet like NASA sees something here and does this and hides that, and it's like, you know what? Those guys, they don't understand any of the process of science. They don't understand that when an announcement's made, it's only after careful and efficient research has been put in to making sure the announcement is correct. NASA doesn't often announce something that's totally off the mark. And they don't because they actually spend their time to review and then review again and then review again their data. And that's what makes science. That's what makes science moving at the speed of slow or slower. And that's the thing that we need. That though, if we don't do that, that's a disservice to announce something that just isn't true. It's like announcing that the canali on Mars, seen by Schiaparelli, was actually another civilization. Making these canals. Why? Well, because maybe they needed to move water around. Well, those canali turned out to just be dark and light areas on Mars, and not canals at all. So, I think that it's important for science to actually have a process in place, and luckily we do now. And that process allows us to make mistakes internally as we go through our data, but then externally to present only the best data there is, the most tested data. And that tends to move slow. That's why it takes a year for a planet candidate to get released into the public domain. It has to be confirmed, and it has to be seen again. And to see it again sometimes takes many months to just get the data to repeat, because planets don't zip around stars all the time in like a couple of days, like on the TRAPPIST-1 system, where it takes 20 days for one of the planets to zip around at its longest. Everything else is like 3 days, 1 day, because they're all within Mercury's orbit. All 7 of these planets are within Mercury's orbit to the sun, around their star. So it's like they don't move at the speed of fast. They move at the speed of slow. It takes us 365 days to go around our planet. Well, if we're seeing another Earth-like planet around another star that's similar to our star, well, if it's in a habitable zone, it's probably going to be moving around 300 days plus or minus to go around its star. So if we see a transit where we see the light of the planet dimming the star for a little bit, and then that planet goes off the star, when's it going to come back? 300 days later when it comes back. So we have to wait 300 days to confirm it. If we want to confirm it with another transit. If we want to confirm it with another technique like radial velocity, where we can measure the wobble of the star being pulled by the planet, okay, then we can do that. And that's how we do radial velocity, is how we do these confirmations now when we can. This is why it takes so long. We see a transit, we think a transit of an object that's moving in front of the star, we think it's a planet. All right, great. Well, we then have to do radial velocity study to see if the star is wobbling in conjunction with that planet and in a way that would make sense for the planet at that particular point in the hypothetical orbit of the planet. And if it makes sense, then we say, okay, we're confirmed this is a planet. So these take time. And the time taken, is sometimes, a year or more. And that's the reason why, this is, like I said, the speed is slow. Can you imagine 25 years from now how many planets we're going to know about? So how about 50 years from now? How many planets we're going to know about? We may stop counting. We might just say, okay, all right, you know what, guys? Let's just stop. Let's just suffice it to say, every star has planets in all likelihood.
Yeah.
And we just can't see them, most of them. But when you look at a beautiful Milky Way sky with the stars horizon to horizon, dense clouds of knots of stars, you look at every one of those and say, there's a minimum of 1 planet around each of those stars on average, actually. And that means there's more planets by far than stars you can see in the sky. For the stars you see, there's more planets by far in those same host of stars. So this is something that we are, I think a very good time to be alive is because it's a good time for us because we actually can see this now. We see this, we understand it. This is awesome information. This is information that we finally, can say is real. Mm-hmm. We know. And now, it's a great time to be part of astronomy. It's a great time to be into this whole planet hunting. So I really think it's important. Yeah.
I'll tell you what we're going to do now. I'm going to run down and just give the shout outs in the chat for everybody there. Yep. And then after that, we're going to take like a 3 to 5 minute break just so you can get yourself something to drink and I can do the same. And then we'll come back.
Keith saying is he has to go to the bathroom.
Yo, I'd love to do that as well. And Marc, are you good to hang out for a little while yet? Or
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay,
We're
good.
only
I
at
just
12.
want to make sure you
Just
didn't have
after
any plans
midnight.
or anything. So yeah, so let's run down this chat and see who we have here. Once again, that's a lot more people this time, but once again, really good chat tonight.
Yeah, it looks great.
Let's see here. So once again, I'm probably just going to run through first names. So we got Buddha and Sherry and Chris and Clerkster and CD Boy and Daryl and David Schmidt and D
And Jello wants a shout out.
Gaming Island and Henry and Illimited Knowledge. Javi and Jay Rich and Karthik and Matthew and wow, Megaballs. And of course Mr. Jello and Mr. AM 1400 and Nancy Castro, Nancy Fondren. I hope I'm saying that right. Philip Spencer, RN Kim, Rockstar once again, who's also joining us in the Skype chat. Sissy. Oh, I guess that's right. Stephanie, Storm Spotter, and First Responder, and Synchisy? I'm guessing. Oh, my. Guys, we really need to work on the names, man. My lord. All right, and Ted Meister, and the Crystal Gems, the Seeker, TJ, Tony the
Say
Night
hi to
Owl,
Deirdre out there.
Tony Wells, Toronto BDS, UNE, Weird Guy, and YouTuber 53. That's who I have down the line. And Amanda,
you have
of course.
more. You have more. No.
Animal Verma. Yeah, I think I got everybody. Anyway, that's everybody in chat. So what we're going to do right now is we're just going to take a break. Everybody.
No. You no take break. No.
Smoke them if you got them. Make your trips to the bathroom because we will be back, and then we're going in deep.
Okay.
We're going in deep.
Okay. I wait.
You wait.
I work. I have job. You go.
No.
I'm guessing that's Consuela, right?
Yes.
Everybody's asking for Consuela, so. Right on.
Consuela.
You go home. I stay.
Yeah,
I
right.
stay.
No. That's bad.
No.
Oh,
All right.
my. Yeah. Guys, so we'll be back 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, whatever. We're just going to
Alrighty.
we're going to load up, get refreshed, and we'll be
I'm
back
gonna get
at
water.
it. So, yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. So hang
I'll be
tight.
here.
Hang tight, people. Hang tight.
Awesome.
Oh, I don't even know if I have... I did have the music. Well, hopefully it comes on for you guys. All right, we'll be back in a little bit. refreshed.
I didn't.
And we are jamming to some beats. Holy moly. All right. Well, that's over now. We'll drag that out. So, yeah, once again, we're taking questions from the chat. Anybody want to have any questions or whatnot for Marc? Feel free. You have any questions for me? Don't bother me. I'm tired.
Oh,
no, I'm just joking. I'm actually getting my second win. I actually feel pretty good right now.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, let me shut that music.
Yeah, see, science turns me on. It's like if I'm tired or if I'm like, had a long day, and I did today. I spent a lot of time in the observatory trying to, I actually re-leveled the whole mount and everything. I just went out there and did a whole other batch of work to try and get the observatory ready for the live stream. And so it was a long day, a lot of labor intensive and stuff. So now I have, I come back in, I'm relaxing, and then you say, hey, can you come in on the stream tonight? And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. I get here, and I'm like tired. I feel I'm tired. But then I'm talking science. And when I talk about science, something happens. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I just get so totally into it, and I'm like, I'm there. I'm in the zone, and I can't get out.
You're some
and
kind
I'm like,
kind of freaking weirdo. But that's good.
I'm a freaking weirdo, I guess. Yes, okay.
Yeah. Not as bad as Clem, but, you're there. And I think we all are, I mean, literally.
You talk about me again. No, be quiet, Clem. He's not talking about you.
I mean, you have basically right now 330 to 350 people that are sitting here watching a planet floating around in space, and still sitting and watching in amazement that it's even there. It's just
yeah, and like we talk. We're seeing the red spot just right of center now in that on that cloud band that you see.
Yeah. And we've been seeing it cross this whole time. It's coming from the left to the right, and it's right. We've been watching it the whole time.
And sorry, the point is that band, that red spot was on the extreme left, just coming in when we started talking, you and I. And now look, it's halfway across the planet or more.
Yeah.
And you're literally seeing the rotation of planet Jupiter right before your eyes. Now,
Jupiter's large. It rotates like what? It's like every 9 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah,
or something like that.
It's got a very short period of short day for a planet that's as big as it is. So it's like it's 89,000 miles across.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gigantic. It's a tenth of the sun's diameter. That's amazing, and it has a ring system, by the way.
Right, and that is totally huge. Were you listening last night when we were talking about vocal fry?
No.
Me and Jello were talking about it.
I missed it.
Man.
Remember, I told you. I said, I couldn't join you because I missed it.
Yeah, well, in short terms, it's this new thing for some reason women are doing, where they sound like a bullfrog when they finish their sentences. And it's contagious. Like so many are doing it. It's they're like, oh my god, I had so much fun tonight. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Me and Jello had a good hour conversation on that last night. But man, and I'm telling you, once you hear it, you can't unhear it. You will hear it everywhere. I'm
glad I don't look for it.
Oh, you will now.
Oh wait.
All you got to do is wait for the lady to come on and say, "Oh, that's so awesome," and it's so great.
Hey,
and I hope you're awesome.
I gotta take Dave Schmidt's question in the chat. He had a couple of questions.
Absolutely, I actually seen that one, so I think I know which one.
He said, how can the Earth not lose weight by burning fossil fuels? Okay, and then he had another question about when we burn oil, how come the weight of the oil doesn't make the Earth weigh less? It has to do with transitions. Oil is made of atomic elements, all right, in the end. Those elements are just broken apart, changed into other elements that still all have the same atomic weight, okay? If you destroy an atomic element, then you would be destroying matter. But you see, you cannot create or destroy this matter because the atoms still stick around. So you can't, when you burn something, it doesn't go away. It just alters its state. It changes to a different set of elements. Aerosols in the atmosphere, they may be dispersed, but they weigh the same, okay, as what got burned. They change to different elements, perhaps through different chemical reactions, but they don't go away. They don't disappear. So the weight of the Earth doesn't change. It's actually the same weight, but we have this transition from one set of elements to a different set of elements, dispersed, but still overall weighing about the same. So that's in short how that all works. The Earth doesn't change its weight because we're not actually getting rid of anything. Everything's still here. It's just in a different state, a different element, compound, or whatever.
Very well put.
Well, that's kind of the thing, and then I would encourage some folks to look that up too. I don't ever say just take my word for it, because I'm not that guy. I'm not the kind of person that says I am the only one that's right. I just want people to learn on their own too. They can listen to me, or they can get the answers by looking for the answers if they want.
Yeah.
I'm all for the challenge.
Absolutely. Anybody else got any questions? Did you say he had a couple questions, or did you wrap
Well,
it
that
up
was
in
kind
one?
of that was kind of both of those. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, this Jupiter. Somebody just asked if Jupiter rotates. Yes, Jupiter rotates, and it rotates very fast. For its size.
At 89,000 miles across, to rotate in even under 10 hours, this is quite a feat. And we rotate in 24 hours, and we're only 8,000 miles across. Jupiter's more than 10 times larger. So you can see that the rotation of Jupiter adds some pretty kick-ass speeds to those upper winds and those cloud bands. But the thing that's odd to me is that there's very strange patterns going on deep beneath those clouds that cause those clouds to actually go opposite directions. Mm-hmm. Now, yes, we have winds on the Earth. We have a jet stream which goes a certain direction. We have tropical winds which go another direction, and we have trade winds which go another direction. So yes, we have different winds that go different directions and so forth on this planet. But Jupiter is alone, well, semi-alone, in the fact that it has cloud bands that kind of go in opposite directions in their speeds. The band above is going to the right, and the band below is going to the left at high rates of speeds. Hundreds of kilometers an hour in some cases. That's fast. And like I said before earlier in the stream, where those two bands collide, where say one of the brown belts meets one of the white ones, okay, there's a turbulent transition zone there. And sometimes that brown belt might be deeper in the planet than the white belt, and so those actually are also convection layers that you're seeing too. The belts might be at a lower altitude, moving much faster, and the higher ones at a different speed, moving the other way, are separated by altitude from the other bands. But you don't see them when we look at them here in a telescope. You don't see that. Right. You can't. The other thing you can't see, which I mentioned earlier, is Jupiter's ring system. You knew that Jupiter had a ring, right, Keith? I know you did.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw it in some photos.
In photos, it's been seen, but but photos taken by satellites and by the largest ground-based telescopes are required to see it. And
you are reading my sarcasm, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
just making sure.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and I understand. Some people might take photos and think that they're seeing Jupiter's ring, and actually the guy who did that, and then I then wrote a long argument against what he took as being Jupiter's ring. He tried to say it wasn't Jupiter's ring; he was photographing. And okay, fair enough if that's not. But you said right at the very top, he said Jupiter's ring. And then when you told him it wasn't Jupiter's ring, he said, "Well, I wasn't trying to say it was Jupiter's ring." Okay, well, whatever. I can't get through and wade through all that garbage, and it's not my job to police you. Exactly. Okay, that kind of thing. So, if you want to say things that are misleading, well, I can't stop you. People will do that. But yes, I get your sarcasm. So, I think that when we talk about Jupiter, there's so much that we could talk about. I mean, this is just beautiful. I'm looking at this, and You count all these separate cloud bands. The north temporal belts and the temperate belts and the southern temperate belts. You got the one with the great red spot in it. Which, by the way, you see the size of that red spot, everybody? That's small. It's smaller than it was a century ago. That red spot is fading away. All right, the red spot, if you notice, it's smaller here than when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It was larger than this when I was a kid. It actually took up much of one of these cloud bands, almost the diameter of one of these cloud bands.
If you go back to National Geographic photos of Saturn, some of the first photos and whatnot, that thing was huge.
You mean Jupiter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, National Geographic, they had like these old photos, when they first started photographing Jupiter, with the first satellites and whatnot. That storm was, it was huge. And you're right, it was taking up most of that dark band and dipping into the white one beneath it.
Yeah. And there were some beautiful photos of the red spot which showed its cyclonic activity, the fact that it was actually a cyclonic storm. And it was actually, you could actually see the depth of field dropping down into the planet. You could see shadows. It's really, oh man, and Jupiter looks like some kind of weird paint project run amok, because when you get and you look close up at Jupiter, and when I say close up, so that you can see the delicate detail in those cloud bands, you see what looks like a very discrete separation between, say, a swirling white piece of cloud versus something that's brown down below it. Mm-hmm. Now, that the browns, are hydrocarbon compounds and ammonia ice and things like that. And this type of stuff, like the ammonium sulfide, all this stuff that makes up those brown clouds, can really get detailed. It can have some really detailed linear features in it. And sometimes there's so many of them that it looks as if it's fake. It looks like it has to be fake. But you're staring at the universe in action. You're actually staring at compounds that are, like I said, the minority in Jupiter's atmosphere, which is mostly hydrogen. You're staring at this interaction with the surrounding chemistry that's going on in these ammonia ices in the atmosphere, those brown clouds. Mm. And you're actually watching how the subtle differences in these materials can cause little streams of different compounds, which are a slightly different color, but look like they're just very fine filamentary structure. The truth is, Jupiter is so large that even when we are, quote-unquote, close to it with a probe going over it, like Juno, that was doing the polar orbits around Jupiter, even with that, we are still far enough away that if we got close enough, those little fine tendrils would actually be broad, diffuse clouds. In the same way that when you look on the horizon here on Earth on a day that has puffy white clouds, the ones on the horizon look like they're very sharply defined.
Right.
But if you're in an airplane flying above them, and you start to enter into them, you see that the definition is kind of lost. Suddenly you're flying in blue sky, and then all of a sudden you're getting this faint, wispy white, and then you're in the cloud. But from a distance, it's sharply delineated.
Mark, I got a whole bunch of questions, and we're going to run down through them real quick. So I'm going to, because there is a lot, I want to just make sure that everybody, I'm going to reach there and slap you around a little bit, But
that's all right.
The best answer you can give, time saver, because I'm looking at about 30 questions here, so.
Oh my God!
All right, so we're gonna start
I don't have
with
all the answers.
Yeah, well, just if you don't know them, it's not a crime to say you don't know. But once again, we'll start with Weird Guy, and it says, "Okay, Mark, is the expansion of the universe really accelerating? Is the shift in red found anywhere else in the spectrum, like it could be observed in non-visible wavelengths?"
Well, the expansion of the universe, the acceleration outward is confirmed. So the expansion of the universe is accelerating. That's confirmed. So that's what led to the concept of another weird energy on the outside of the universe pulling us outward, kind of like a vacuum, you put a balloon in, and as you draw down on vacuum, that balloon is going to expand because the vacuum is pulling it outward. Actually, the pressure of the balloon is forcing it outward, but the effect is the same. So the bottom line is that the expansion outward is confirmed. It's accelerating outward. We do find some weird areas in the universe where we start the universe looks like a popped balloon and materials gushing out, going somewhere that we can't really tell. That's happening in one spot in the universe. We don't know what's going on there, so there's still mysteries.
Many mysteries. Mr. AM, this one might be a little bit harder to answer, so because it's almost like he wants your guesstimate. But Mr. AM asks, how far are we from bending space?
If you mean by generating warp drive, I believe we're probably about 100 years from that. Because that's actually what bending space, in those terms, that's what bending space is. It'd be warping, creating a warp bubble around our ship to create this special environment in which we can travel at superluminal speeds that don't have a speed limit tied to them. Mm-hmm. That is to say, we can make the universe speed past us as fast as we can muster, as long as we can get the appropriate amount of energy. Right. And that's something that we can't do yet, and probably won't be able to do it for about 100 years.
All right. Next question is from Jay Rich, and says, do solar flares push us or other planets farther away?
No, but they increase the size of our atmosphere when they occur. And this is dangerous to satellites. It causes dangerous conditions for the astronauts in the International Space Station. They don't feel it, of course. But the astronauts are during solar flares and through, especially here on Earth, when the Van Allen radiation belts. The Van Allen radiation belts are what they are because they are actually the magnetic field trapping energetic particles that are coming in from the sun. And if the sun is more active, if there's a flare, then more particles get trapped, and the Van Allen radiation belts expand and contract a little bit. We actually have a spot over the Earth where, when the ISS, I've said this before, some of you have heard it, where the ISS actually travels through this, the astronauts exposed to that radiation could be injured. So they actually have to retreat to an area of the station that's safe while they pass through that area where the Van Allen radiation belts actually intersect their orbit. So the radiation belts can cause that problem. But when the solar energy is exciting the Earth, it actually excites the Earth's atmosphere to the point where the atmosphere will expand, like I said. And that can reach some of the lower satellites in orbit and cause them to have to be boosted in orbit because of the atmospheric drag. So we have an ongoing problem with that. And that's, there's really no solution. You have to expend energy to boost the satellite to a higher orbit. There's only so much energy you have. There's only so much fuel you have. That limits the life of the satellite. Yeah.
Next question comes from R.N. Kim. She's on a roll. She says, can you talk about the new evidence of Saturn's rings and how they seem to have nothing between the rings,
nothing in
dust,
between them, yeah.
And why they have such thin width only along the equator and are tilted?
Well, the fact is that the entire Saturnian system is on a tilt. In the same way that Uranus is flipped in a weird way. And we have that going on. Earth is even tilted. The Earth's at a 23.5 or so degree angle, 24.5 degree angle, and that we have that going on for us too. So not every planet is straight up and down in the solar system. There are some that are at an angle. Jupiter's like at 0.3 degrees. It's not at 0.03 degrees. It's actually very, very close to level. That's one of the few. What I think is going on is with Saturn's rings, they only look very thin because we're not close to it. Saturn's very far away. And the ring system is actually fairly thick, but thick enough so that if you got there, you would see the thickness to the rings. But again, it's like the clouds. People say, well, they were worried actually that when they were going to fly the Cassini probe through the rings, through the gap in the rings, that they were going to collide. People were saying, oh no, they might hit something. But see, the scientists realized, and the planetary scientists realized, well, the density of these objects in the ring are way less than people can imagine, because when you look at the rings, you actually see them as what look like solids. They look solid, but they're not. They're actually just particles that are separated by some distance. Okay, and when you look at Saturn, like you see, okay, that looks like a solid ring, but it's not. And when you get close enough to it, you can see that there's a lot of gaps in the rings, not just the Cassini division, not just the Encke gap. Okay, there's other gaps. Those gaps are there because there's other little satellites in the rings that through billions of years have swept that little area of the rings clean of material. And these are sometimes referred to as shepherd moons. And there are a couple of moons on Saturn's rings which actually do that job of clearing. So, they're not that they're empty of material. They're not empty of material. They're just the density of material there is far less. And then that's, yeah.
Next one comes from Nancy Castro. If you can't hear sounds from space, how can they get the sounds from Saturn and Jupiter?
Well, they're not hearing sound. They're translating radio energy coming from the planet, which is radio energy is just light. It's more of electromagnetic radiation, and it's translated into sound. So when you hear the song of Jupiter, for instance, or the sound of Io, I did this myself. I actually built a radio telescope. It was around 25 feet tall and 25 feet wide, and it was made of stalks of wood, and with wires strung between them at just the right amount. And we sat it out there, and we listened to Jupiter with it. It was tuned to listen to Jupiter. And we were receiving radio energy. And that radio energy was translated to our system where it was actually sound. And so by translating into sound, you hear that the sound of the innermost moon of Jupiter, called Io. The sound that Io makes is something like this. It's going. It's like a strange noise. You're actually listening to this strange, the strange sound that the radio energy is making, and that it's translated into sound, and that radio energy is doing that because Io was spewing a lot of material off of it and leaves what's called a torus in its orbit. This constant litter behind it as it's orbiting Jupiter. It makes its own little torus of material that it spews out and then reacquires as it goes back around. Mm-hmm. And so we were hearing the energy, the interaction between that material in the Io torus and Jupiter's radiation belts, which are very powerful. Again, Jupiter has a very powerful radiative field around it, which would mean disaster for any humans trying to go there unshielded.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, we got a question. Here's an interesting one, and actually I have never asked you this myself, but from Phil. He asked it in a different way, but I'm going to ask you just flat out. Have you yourself ever seen a UFO?
I have seen a UFO. It was unidentified because I didn't know what airline it was. I'll be honest with you. I have never really seen what I would call a UFO.
So you've never seen anything in the sky that you couldn't identify or have an idea of what it was?
No, but I've seen some things that I know people would mistake as UFOs because they're so unbelievably extraordinary. For instance, there's satellites that go through the orbit. I don't disbelieve in them. I think that it's likely, in fact, that from a statistical point of view, it's likely that advanced species have made it here. Okay, so don't get me wrong, I'm not a debunker in that regard. But there are some extraordinary natural things and man-made things, human-made things that are actually very interesting. For instance, satellites that go overhead that have very shiny panels on them, they're called the iridium satellites. Okay, iridium is actually an element in the periodic table, but it's also iridium satellites. They're I believe communication satellites. And when you deploy a bunch of them in space, they're called a constellation. It's a very pretty name, and it's meant to sound like a space constellation, in the stars. But this constellation of satellites up in orbit have a very predictable time when they brighten and then dim out, and they look like they're brightening up so bright that you can't believe how bright they are. Sometimes it's so bright that they because you're getting a direct reflection off their panel. That
does it come up more as like a flash, or is it more like an elongated
yes,
crescendo up to like a bright spot and then dim out?
It can be both. I've seen flashes that are instant, and I've also seen more often. You see the satellite start to show up. It gets brighter, 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 brighter. Oh my gosh! Oh, I can't believe how bright it is. I can see my shadow, and then it just dims and goes away. Okay, so yeah, and it takes even longer than that. Sometimes it's 20 seconds long.
Right.
And I've taken photographs of it because they're so predictable that I set up my camera with tripod outside. Say, okay, now right there in the sky, in about 12 seconds, we're going to have an iridium flare. So I'm going to start a 30-second exposure. Boom.
Not
I take
only
it, and
that,
then you see it.
if you get the Google Sky app for your phone, it'll actually alert you when an iridium satellite is close. Like
That's
it'll
correct.
be crossing over, in this amount of time or whatever, and you can actually go outside and see it if you live in a dark area, of course.
You're right, and you can actually do something else. You can get a hold of an app called Go Sat Watch. Okay, Go G-O Sat S-A-T Watch, and
I believe that app is only for iPhone, because I think we were trying to mess with it up in New York, and we couldn't get it for Android.
But there is a complimentary app on the Android phone that you found when we were talking about it, and I don't remember the name of it because I'm iPhone, not Android. But GoSat Watch for iPhone and the complimentary app for the Android, it's different, but I think it's called Satellite Tracker, and it'll tell you when the iridium flares are going to happen, and you can have a view of the sky. You hold your phone up, and boom, you can see right where it's going to be in the sky. And this is really helpful. And then you can just set up your telescope or your tripod with a camera even, and just start a time exposure, and all of a sudden you'll see this brightening dash on your image, and then it'll trail off. It's really cool.
And we got a question from Manuel. It says, Saturn seems to not have a surface. If an object manages to survive through the atmosphere, then would it just float through?
Well, actually, Saturn doesn't have a surface, but like Jupiter, after you get down into the deep clouds of Saturn, you're going to have this metallic hydrogen in the core. And, no one knows when you say metallic hydrogen, they just scratch their heads. What the heck is that? Okay, well, you have to understand that the pressures inside these gas giants are very high. If you make Jupiter like 80 times bigger than it is, then the pressure inside its core would be hot enough to start fusing hydrogen into helium, and that's the point at which, say, an 80 times bigger than Jupiter object could become a small star, right? That's about the smallest. So Jupiter is not a failed star. It could never have been a star. It's 80 times smaller than it should be. Saturn is even smaller still. But there's cloud bands, and as you enter those clouds, you got to understand that it's so big and so dense with its material that once you enter the clouds, you start getting under a lot of pressure, and there's going to be a lot of friction generated by the density of this material that you're flying through. Now, most space probes, when they enter, like, say, the Jovian atmosphere or the Saturnian atmosphere, they're going to be entering at 12,000 miles an hour or 30,000 miles an hour, because they're moving at space probe speeds that are in orbits that are elongated to come back and circle through very complex trajectories. When they do that, when they enter the atmosphere, they're going to be hit with these molecules at a very high rate of speed, and it's going to quickly serve to destroy the craft. So there's no way that it could flow through. And let's just say that it could enter slowly. Could it actually get it all the way down in and then come all the way out the other side? The answer is no, it can't, because at some point it's going to reach an area that's like an outer core of one of these planets. If it even ever gets there, because the pressure will just be monumental, and it will crunch it flat, crunch it down to nothing from all sides. So flat is the wrong word. If you crunch it in from all sides. And so if that happens, even moving slowly, there's no way that you could actually come in and come out. The only way that's conceivable is if you could go in at a glancing angle and never go deeper, and then just keep right on going through what they call a chord, where you cross through part of the circular shape of the planet, but not ever go deeper into the planet. That's potentially possible, but you have to be moving at just the right speed. You have to have just the right ship, and you have to be able to handle the friction of the atmosphere against your ship.
Mm-hmm. And do your best to explain.
Oh, that's scary.
To explain dark matter.
Oh, well, actually, when the Big Bang occurred, we saw this explosion. The Big Bang occurred, and we saw, there was this explosion outward of material. But when we examined, the mass of material, one of the problems that we've always faced is that there just was never enough material to account for what we saw. It seemed like there had to be more material somewhere. So one of the theories was that there was a lot of other matter there that was there that we didn't see. And we didn't know what this matter was composed of. And so that matter was labeled dark matter. Not dark because it was black, but dark because we didn't know what it was. And that's part of the conundrum, because we don't have any idea what the stuff is, but we know that somehow it has to exist. Now, there's a lot of astronomical observations that are very puzzling to us. We don't understand, but it's also, dark matter is matter that is very different from what we call ordinary matter. Our ordinary matter is stuff that has protons and neutrons and electrons circling, okay? And that's called baryonic matter. But dark matter is something that's, a little bit different, and its presence would actually explain some things that we see that just are perplexing to us. I mean, that's as much as you want to go into that.
Right.
I think.
Yeah. Hopefully.
So.
Amanda.
That's what dark matter is. It's matter that is out there that accounts for a large percentage of the universe that we don't see, and there are a number of
what's that?
Objects, a number of observations, I should say, in the universe that just would make more sense if we could employ dark matter as a potential solution. Yep.
Amanda, are you with us?
I am here.
Hey, there we go. I invited Amanda in here because I'm going to let her take over asking questions while I run and do something real quick. So,
oh my God, where did you leave off? And mods, back me up. I'm not in chat anymore.
Let's see.
What's up, Amanda?
Hi, Rockstar. Hi, Mark. How are you? Hi, Keith.
Hi, Amanda.
Oh no. Oh wait. Okay, got him. Never mind.
Okay, yeah. I was just kind of going through. I think I kind of caught up. I skipped the ones that we kind of already answered.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if you just want to take them right from the chat that's going on YouTube, that'll be fine. And I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
That's all yours.
All right. Cool.
Okay. Mark, do you remember what the last question was? I've just been throwing them into Skype here.
He was talking about dark matter.
Dark matter. Okay, I think that one was one of the later ones.
Dark matter is not something that's it's very easy to understand from a point of view of like someone who's sitting back and just wondering about the universe. It's hard to really give an idea of what dark matter is without having to run down the history of baryonic matter versus non-baryonic matter and what that means. But it's okay because I think that the whole concept of dark matter is something that is best understood from like the Big Bang. So we look at how much of this material the Big Bang spewed out when it went off, and we look at the mass that we think is the universe, and realize, well, it doesn't seem to be quite enough, and so maybe there's some dark matter out there that's causing the rest of this mass to account for the rest of it. And it's very complicated, because then there's other theories which talk about the possibility that there are parallel universes that were spawned with the Big Bang, because dark matter alone can't explain what we see either. So anyway, so go ahead, Amanda.
I have been actually trying to listen to some people on different, space science stuff, and Neil deGrasse Tyson always says it's just easier to call it Fred, because I think what you were saying before, I think it's the dark part that people don't understand, where they think, I don't know. That is just,
right.
It's something that they don't understand, and it could have been called anything but the dark matter. Since it has a title, maybe it means something more than we understand.
Yeah, dark just means we don't understand it. Mm-hmm. That's why it's so hard to talk about, because we don't have a good foundation for it yet.
Yeah. Okay, I see a few more questions here. David Schmidt asks, I can understand analyzing the light from a planet to determine chemical composition, but how do they determine density? Is that just math, size, or is it something from the spectrography? I don't know if I said that right or not.
Well, I'm not seeing the question. I'm assuming.
Oh, here, I'll move them. I'll move them to this one.
He's talking about the density of the atmosphere, right? Yeah. Well, I'll give you an example. We found one planet that actually has a spectacularly deep atmosphere for a terrestrial type planet, and this planet had an atmosphere that was like 3,000 miles thick. Really immense, just immense, incredible. Now, the question is, how do we know that? Well, the answer relates to watching the transit. That is, watching the planet transit in front of its star. As the planet enters transit, the first thing we see is the planet's atmosphere. And then when we by examining that light curve, we can tell where the atmosphere ends and the planet begins, because that becomes a hard stop, basically a hard blot that blots out the star. That transition right there, from the time it's just transitioning in to the time it actually blots out, gives us an idea of how thick an atmosphere is, and then based on how much light actually gets through at that point, an estimate of the atmospheric density can be made. So planets that have very thick atmospheres are much easier to see than planets that have, like the Earth, that have thin atmospheres, because our atmosphere would not look very noticeable from a distance of, say, 1,000 light years. If another civilization was looking at us, they wouldn't really be able to detect. If they were where we are right now, they would certainly not be able to detect an atmosphere around our planet. But having a spaceborne telescope, like say the James Webb Telescope going up next year, that will be specifically able to look just at the atmospheres of these planets and Earth-like planets. So I think that if we look at how the transit light gets to us, and the actual transitional time that it takes the planet to cross in front of its star, the first thing we see when the planet crosses in front of its star is its atmosphere. That'll be the first thing we see affecting the star's light, will be the atmosphere. During that time, that's where we can detect what's in the atmosphere of the planet, because we'll see what we call contamination of the star's spectrum, and we'll see that there are certain chemical elements now that were now showing up in the star's spectrum that were not there before. That is how we get the components of the atmosphere. And if we see that for a certain period of time, and then it just goes to some constant value, that tells us that we've reached the depth of the eclipse, that is the depth of the light, and the depth of the time the light is. The depth of the eclipse tells us that we actually reached the point where the planet is now fully obscuring, or fully being it's fully eclipsing the star, and when it does that, by that point we've seen all the atmosphere we can see. So with that said, when we watch an eclipse, we will first see the atmosphere, and then as that will transition to a solid hard stop where that star is now being totally, the planet is blocking it as much as it can, blocking the starlight as much as it can. And then on the way out, we'll see it again. We'll see that hard stop where the sharp edge of the planet leaves the star, but the atmosphere is still there, and we'll see that transition away too. And that's like a little wing on the downslope, on the side where the light begins to dim and then where the light begins to come back. It's that little wing, that little slope down. And that little slope down is the key point, which will give us that atmospheric density approximation. And then a telescope like the James Webb Telescope can actually examine the spectrum of that star at that point and tell us what's in that atmosphere. That means we'll be able to find, say, a planet with water vapor and perhaps industrial pollutants. So another civilization out there at our current level, perhaps, or another civilization out there with some other type of capability. It's a strong possibility. Long answer, but a necessary one.
It's a good answer, and I hope that sheds some light on the person who asked the question.
It's a very good way to put it too. Shed some light. That's actually what we're doing.
Yeah.
See,
because I was focused on slaying trolls and getting the questions to Keith, so I don't know, like, this, I guess this kind of ties in, because Stacy was asking after that, I thought planets had landmass, but Jupiter's nothing than gas. Why hasn't it been labeled a star? But I guess you were kind of answering that. So if I repeat questions you've already answered, please.
I can answer that in one sentence one more time, and that is.
Wait a minute. Did Marc just say he can answer that in one sentence?
I'm
putting money on that. $10.
It's just seeing if you're still paying attention.
Are you ready? Go. I'll say it now.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not going to pay you, by the way.
Come on. To be a star, Jupiter would have to be 80 times more massive. End of sentence.
80.
One
80
sentence.
times.
One sentence.
No, you didn't put a
For
period
it to be a planet,
that was one
it would
sentence.
have to be 80 times more massive.
Yes. Be a star, it would have to be 80 times more massive.
Is our sun 80 times more massive than Jupiter?
Our sun is actually Jupiter is like 1/10. Let's see, is it 1/10? Let me go back and see what I have here. I wrote, it's 1/10 the sun's diameter, but the actual Jupiter itself would have to be 80 times more massive to be the smallest star. Okay. The sun is a lot more massive, but to be the smallest possible star, the minimum would be 80 times the mass of Jupiter currently to be the smallest type of star. The sun is not the smallest type of star. It's sort of a middle range type size star, so it's a lot more massive. But to even be considered a small star, Jupiter would have had to have been 80 times more massive. So to say, for instance, it's a failed star, is like saying the Earth, as I said this before, is a failed super Earth.
Wow. See, this is what happens, Keith, when you leave me in charge. You get basic questions like this. This is my follow-up question. How much bigger is the sun? Wow.
That's fine. I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
Well, I like that question. I thought that was a really good question. Well, I mean, with Pluto being demoted, let's take them all down. Why is Jupiter a planet? Yeah.
And
not a star or whatever.
What do we got? Jupiter. Let's see. We'll be doing Saturn streams for a while. Jupiter streams for a while. What is the next planet to come cresting in our night sky? That'll be around zenith in our say 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Is it? It's not Neptune, is it?
I actually the other night in the observatory, I was trying to locate Uranus, and Saturn was up, and I was trying to find where Uranus might be, and I asked the telescope to find Uranus, and it like angled down below the level of my dirt. So I was like, okay, that I don't know if that's right. I didn't actually know, in fact, where Uranus was in the sky at that point, because Uranus was always and Neptune were always just like bland blue tinged balls of light, which is incredible in and of itself, considering how far they are and how big they are. They're smaller than Saturn, of course, but they're also much farther away. So it's just amazing that the sun's light reflects as it does off of these planets. You can see them with the naked eye. I just find that amazing, and that's just me.
Do you think Paul could zoom in on Pluto right now? You think he could get any kind of image out of it?
Well, I mean, Pluto is going to be a dim object, and if
it's around
his camera, if his camera has the ability, he could actually do that.
Yeah, it's looking like the next planet to come up over the horizon and be in our nighttime sky is going to be Neptune, and then after that,
well, Uranus comes up in just over 3 hours from now. So
yeah, yep, and then of course Mercury right behind it. So well, Uranus and
then
Venus,
the Sun.
Yeah, Uranus and Venus pretty much are running hand in hand, racing right now towards the horizon. But yeah, so.
Yeah, Neptune comes up in about an hour.
And guys, don't forget. I mean, we're starting the wax on, wax off. We're starting waxing, and we're building towards the moon again. So the moon should be coming back any day now, where we will be streaming that once again for you, and zoom in some craters. So that'll be fun.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
That's
I'm not sure.
Cool.
I'm not even sure how long Paul wants to go tonight.
Well, it's actually 1:15 now, and I said I'd stick around till about 1, and I'm kind of going a little longer than I said I would. But I just have a lot of fun out here, and I think that everybody's great, and they like to, they want to hear, they want to learn. I want to interact with people, and I want to learn something new too. I don't have all the answers myself, obviously.
And what a great! I have to say, what a great crowd tonight. I mean, we're looking at basically 500 people. Limited, trolling and whatnot, but for the most part, it's been. I mean, this crowd has stuck around the entire time, and that just proves that people have a thirst for knowledge and they want to learn something.
Isn't that true? I mean, you've got almost 500 people in here now.
Yep.
Hello to
it
all.
Really is a great crowd tonight. Everybody's asking some really good questions.
Yeah.
They're just flying by, so it's hard to get all of them, but it's.
Well, because the crowd has been so good tonight is why I kind of hesitated putting slow mode on, for more than 5 seconds. I didn't want to really slow it down to a crawl. But
I saw slow mode was on earlier.
Yeah, and it was only on a 5-second delay where you had
was it really?
5 seconds between. Yeah, and it still is, and I don't think the chat's going all that fast, for that. So it's going fast for if you're soaking up the questions. So Amanda had the hard part, trying to keep up with everything. But,
no, I feel bad. I didn't want the sound to be going, so I didn't want to disturb you, and I never thought of it. I'm like, well, if you go on do not disturb, you'll still get the questions and maybe not the sound.
No,
so
sound
absolutely.
Off. That fixed it. Absolutely.
David, thank you. I saw that in chat. You're more than welcome.
There's more questions in the side chat there, Keith, if you're interested in taking over.
Well, here's the thing. I do not want to keep Marc longer than we have to. Now, if you want to hang around, definitely you're more than welcome to, but I don't want to keep you, per se.
Nah, that's okay. I gave you a toy to play with, so, I don't feel obligated anymore that I'm done. Just kidding. I just want to say one more time, I'd like to just put it out there that if some of you are interested in the Sky Tour live stream that we're going to be running, Keith's going to be doing his stream, Bill, New York Skywatcher, will be doing his stream, and I'll be doing a stream called Sky Tour Live Stream. So if you want to subscribe, you can look me up as Marc D'Antonio or look me up as Sky Tour Live Stream on YouTube and then subscribe.
Or check the chat and hit the link.
Yeah.
Hit the bell beside the subscribe button so you see where he does lives.
Yep.
And then what we're going to do for our side, see here we have Paul and Keith doing this planetary live streams or moon live streams. We're going to be going to different areas in the sky. We're going to be talking about different sky objects that we find. And we're going to have a special camera that's going to allow us to actually, very sensitive camera that's going to allow us to actually bring these images in. If you can't see them with your eye, when we get to them, we can actually do a short exposure, like 3 to 5 seconds, and bring it in for you to actually see it live and dynamically. Yeah. And we're going to tour the heavens that way. We're going to look at exploded stars. We're going to look at stellar nurseries where stars are born. We're going to look at clusters of stars where they already were born and what they're doing, and gravitationally interacting. Cool stuff.
I'm pretty sure that some of those nights as well, myself and most likely Paul, if we're not doing anything on this end, we'll be over there hanging out in Marc's chat.
And those guys, I'm going to have Paul on the show or Keith on my live stream with me, just like Keith got me in with him. I figured out how to do that successfully the other day, thanks to Bill. So
it is tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, but I can bring in one person so far as I know. And if somebody starts a group Skype call and then calls me, then I can bring everybody in. So that can work.
Awesome.
That's neat. I just have to figure out the music thing too, but I'll get there. So
that's something I'll talk to you about.
All right, cool.
Off-air stuff. But,
now another thing that I think is it behooves us to talk about here, Keith, is that we're currently setting up, and Bill is working on it, setting up a website where all of our streams will be, and you can go to this one website to get to any one of our streams or watch all three at the same time.
Yep.
And
so just imagine it's 8 p.m. At night, and you're looking for something to do, and YouTube's not giving you notifications, so you have this one site favorited in your browser, and you just click on it, and right there you'll have all the streams together, and you can see exactly who's streaming. And what you'll be able to do is say if all three of us are streaming, you'll be able to click one that you're paying attention to, and it would make it expand and make it a big screen, while you still can watch the other two in smaller screens to the side. And say
if you choose, or you can max it out.
Yep. Or and you say you see something happening in Marc's stream while you have our stream, big. All you would have to do is just go over there and click on Marc's stream, and all of a sudden his takes the precedence on the big, the big stream in front of you. So
right,
it's going to.
And
be
you can
really
see the individual chats.
Yep.
In each stream, and the goal here is to produce a one-stop shop for astronomy streaming, and we're going to be a big mega corporation in 6 months. Just kidding.
Right.
But we do believe in what we do.
But truthfully, it is one-stop shopping, because you're going to have Bill doing the sky watches. How Bill does his.
This wide-angle view of the sky.
Paul
looking for meteors.
Paul doing planets and moon, and what we normally do here. And then, of course, Marc doing a lot of deep sky and sky tour stuff. So it's going to be all different, but all related. You know what I mean?
But
so it's going to be really neat.
I want to add, too, Keith, your idea, which we're going to do, I think is a great idea. We're going to actually do streams. I'm in Connecticut at the moment. I'm going to eventually relocate the observatory to Arizona. But it's in Connecticut at the moment, working out all the bugs for automation. And Paul is in Miami. And we live on a curved planet. So what we're going to do is sometimes I will stream the moon, Paul will stream the moon. We'll have 2 moon streams going at the same time from 2 different locations separated by over 1,000 miles.
Yep.
You will see the change of orientation. The way the moon looks will look a little bit different to you from 1,000 miles away. And you'll actually see it right there live on the screen. You'll actually see the proof that the Earth is round.
Right there in front of your eyes.
Right. So bring all your flat Earth friends that night and have them look at the screen.
Please don't.
Oh, they'll be there.
Yeah, they'll be there.
And then Amanda will just furiously be deleting, banning.
Well, another good thing about that site is it's going to have its own chat. And once again, if you're going to be on that, so that's the chat we're most likely going to pay the most attention to, because if you're on that site watching any of our videos, that means you're there because you want to be there, not because you clicked over because of
course,
what do they call that, association or whatever they do with YouTube, or reference and whatnot. So. Yeah, so we're working on that. We'll have more news coming up on that. I did talk to Bill a little bit earlier after he dropped Heidi off, and he actually stopped at Mike's house. And
you mean Bill?
Yeah, Bill, and he stopped at Mike's house, and he's hanging out with him for the night. So
cool.
You remember Mike from he was actually up there that week.
Yep.
With Pine Bush. Yep. So yeah,
that's wonderful. So for you guys out there, to round out your Sky streams, if you can subscribe to mine at Sky Tour live stream, that'll be great. And Paul and Keith and me and Bill, we want to bring you the best quality possible. I know this sounds like a commercial, and I apologize. We're just guys that love what we do. I love astronomy. I have taught it for years in the past. I've actually, as MUFON's Mutual UFO Network's chief photo and video analyst, I see really strange anomalies, and I can tell you'll see some on our streams. The other night I was actually just doing a test stream myself here, and I had my camera running, and boom, while I'm looking at the North Star just doing an alignment, I see a satellite go right through my view. Just like that, bam. And the thing is, if we see that, we can play it back right then and there dynamically live. You don't have to go back and hit the arrow on the YouTube. You can actually watch it live. I'll do it. And so, I just saw that. Let's look at it again. And then we can do it again and again. It'll be really cool.
Jello just said, I tried to bring the best sunset streams possible. Yeah, we're gonna add Jello to it, or he's gonna do sunsets.
Sunset streams. Well, you know what?
Hey, there's a place.
I gotta tell you, there's something to be said for a nice high-res 4K video of the sunset.
Yeah.
Photographed right, you know what? That'd be beautiful.
It's a shame
Palm
that
trees,
YouTube doesn't allow
ocean.
us to stream in 4K, but it'd just take a lot of bandwidth.
Mm-hmm. It would.
So yeah, Paul, if you're listening to this, and I think you are, 'cause I just seen you pop in the chat a little bit ago. What time do you want to go to? I sent you a message on Skype, but you haven't got back to me yet. So let me know. We're kind of just sitting here hanging out, hoping Marc doesn't lose his voice.
I drank almost a bottle of water. I'm
There
fine.
you go. Yeah, he's fine.
I was at a birthday party earlier for a friend of mine who turned 50, and it was like, whoo. It was crazy there because everybody was getting just a little bit too inebriated. And I don't drink, actually, so I just sit back and get amused. And one guy, he sat down hard on a bench, and the bench cracked and broke, and he fell flat on his back. And he had too much to drink, and he's just laying there going, wow, what happened? It's like, that's how people entertain themselves sometimes. And I'm just not there. I entertain myself by going out into what looks like a giant porta potty on my lawn, and I get into this telescope, or a gun turret, and I open up the shutter, and I actually just go to town looking at things. It's just amazing how much you learn yourself when you do this stuff. So it's cool.
Paul says he's on autopilot, so I'm guessing he's just kicking back and watching because he had a pretty good alignment going. So
he did.
Yeah. So how about this? Why don't we? Well, you know what? Let's leave it up to the chat. So everybody in the chat, it looks like there's about 450 of you. I'll give you the choice. We can either wrap this up at 1:30 or we can wrap this up at 2 o'clock. If everybody's pretty much had it for the night and ready to go to bed, do not feel bad about saying 1:30. If you wanted to go on to 2 o'clock, then say 2 o'clock. So we'll go type in the chat 1:30 or type in the chat 2 o'clock, and we'll go with that and see who wins out. How about that?
And Danny, could you, Amanda, if you're able to, could you put my link in there? Someone was asking for it. I'm trying to find my own darn link.
She is the master of links.
Yeah,
it's been in there a few times. I'll get it.
Yeah, she is.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. It sounds great, Marc. I mean, really deep space. I mean, it sounds like it's going to be a blast. I can't wait
Well, it'll be different. It'll be varied. We're going to go through a number of things. I'm not going to like put it on two objects and just talk about two objects all night. We're going to try and look at 10 objects or more. Look at 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I think 2 o'clock
Dave.
is one. Paul, we're going to 2 a.m.
Paul's like, whatever.
Like, what?
Paul's like, son of a.
I gotta haul my telescope back in.
Well, if he said he's on autopilot, I'm guessing he should be good.
He takes a little piece of cardboard and or cellophane and with like little clouds painted on it, passes it in front of the telescope at the end and says, "Oh, there's clouds, so I have to wrap it up."
Well, Paul just said 2 is good, so that's when we'll wrap it. We will wrap it up at 2 a.m.
Right, cool.
Once again, thank you to everybody in the chat. That's been cordial tonight. That's been participating. That's been chatting with each other, as long as shooting questions at Marc and making me feel somewhat smart for having him on.
Did I answer any of the questions? All of them?
No.
I didn't answer 30 questions. You said 30. And
well, you know what? I skipped over some of the ones that I thought we already addressed. Because they were earlier.
There's more in the side chat, Keith, if you want to take over.
Hey, you know what? That's
side
why
chat?
you're here. Go ahead.
What's the side chat versus the main chat? Is there another chat?
The side chat in Skype.
Oh, in Skype. Okay, I'm not even looking at that.
Amanda, that's your new territory. You are my new Robin Quivers. I will be your Howard Stern. You are the
funny.
Female voice of reason, and you can dish away on any questions that are left or any more that tend to need to be answered. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay. I'm reading some of these now. I see. Okay.
We left off at Mrs. Jella's question. What do you say to people who only think the Earth is only 10,000 years old, believing the Bible verbatim?
I'm going to let you two handle this. I'm just going to kick back myself in autopilot. And take it away, guys.
Yeah, autopilot ain't so bad.
It's very simple for me. I just say, well, I'll go outside and stand on the ground. How old is that ground? What makes sand? What makes soil? How long does soil take to be made? How do you explain stratification of rock? How does rock form? When you see metamorphic rocks have basically been folded and heated, sedimentary rocks, and then they become another type of rock and mineral. How can that be? How does that happen? It takes a long, long time for metamorphic rocks to be made. It doesn't take 5,000 years. Okay, it takes a lot longer. How do you explain that? How do you explain if we go and look at some fossil sites? How do you explain the fact that we see at different layers, we see different fossils, we see different eras of time represented, and the fossils aren't all mixed together, as would be the case if they were all here together and we all had this big giant flood 5,000 years ago? They're not all mixed together. They're stratified by time and soil layers. That wouldn't happen if it was all here at the same time. So I can go on and on. How do you actually correlate the finding of these giant dinosaur bones when there are no stories of humans interacting with dinosaurs ever? Nothing in any of the book, in the good book, it talks about interacting with big giant dinosaur objects, dinosaur creatures on this planet. That's because they didn't know about them when the book was written. All right, so I'm sorry. That's what I say about that. That's one of the many things I say. How do you explain the moon? How do you explain the craters on the moon? How do you explain the dating of the rock strata and the dating of the other rocks through radiation? Radioactive decay is how we measure long-term ages. Well, you can't rush radioactive decay. It happens at its own rate. That's why we have something called a half-life on radioactive materials. How do you argue with that? How do you suddenly say, well, it accelerated really fast here and then it's stopped accelerating? It stopped being radioactive decay at a certain point. Well, that's all just sticking your head in the sand and ignoring science. So I get a little torqued by that, because I think that people who ignore science are trying to push to stay firmly rooted in the Dark Ages, and I simply can't do that.
Okay. I don't know how to pronounce this next name. Say what? Oh no, Say. I don't know. Okay.
Oh yeah, Sinksy.
Yeah. What is the scientific name for what we commonly call the Big Bang? Is there one? I thought that was.
It's called the Big Bang.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I know that it sounds simple. But
is there any Latin translation or anything? Or I don't know what he was looking for there, but
biggest Bangicus.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I would say it's really the explosion of the primordial superatom, and honestly, here's how I think. I think that we call it a Big Bang because we don't know what else to call it. We call it a Big Bang because we don't know what it really was. Because we only see what happened after. We didn't actually see it happen. But based on the sizes of the universe, we know that it happened. We know that a lot went on for this to occur. And a lot of things got tossed out there. A lot of chemical elements were created in the hearts of stars. We know that, which you can tell the guys who say the Earth is 10,000 years old. You say, well, where did that periodic table come from? And someday you might be able to get me to sing the periodic table, but I'm not sure I want to do that yet. But I did memorize the whole periodic table, and I did it for a reason. I did it because I thought it was important to understand where the chemical elements come from here on this planet, and that's something that is very important, and that's something that doesn't take 5,000 years. It's something that takes millions of years, billions of years, from what we see. So, and it was the Big Bang that started it all, and all we had at the very beginning was hydrogen and a little bit of beryllium, and that was it, and the rest is history, so to speak.
Wonderful. John Appleton says, can you explain the dwarf planet Sedna?
Well, Sedna is a trans-Neptunian object out in the Kuiper Belt that it's a catalog planet. It's not. It's a dwarf planet. It's a catalog dwarf planet, and it's out there. It has its own orbit, and it's not causing us any trouble. It's certainly not any kind of Planet X or Nibiru. If anything's a Planet X, it's the 9th planet, which is not Pluto, but is that planet that was found by Caltech that we heard about before from Dave Schmidt. He actually mentioned it, and which was good because I got to talk about it. I didn't talk about it previously, so thank you, David, for that. But Sedna is one of a number of trans-Neptunian objects. They're called trans-Neptunian objects, as I mentioned in a few shows here and there, because it's out past the orbit of Neptune. And once it's past Neptune, you're in that region of the Kuiper Belt. And the Kuiper Belt is that area where there's a lot of objects of all kinds, some asteroids, some dwarf planets, tens of thousands of objects likely. And then beyond the Kuiper Belt, we have what we call the Oort cloud, which is that cloud of comets that surrounds the entire solar system, all gravitationally bound by this little star called the sun. And now and then, perturbations in that Oort cloud cause things to come streaming back into the center of our solar system, go around the sun. Those are comets that we usually see. Some of them come and go, and are never heard from again. And some are periodic, where they orbit out to maybe Saturn and then come back, like Halley's Comet's one of them. So things like that, are out there. But Sedna is one of those objects in the Kuiper Belt, which is before the Oort cloud and after Neptune, and so and after Pluto. So it's one of a number of the objects out there.
Okay, hold on. I lost where we were. Mr. AM, can a black hole be dark matter gone crazy?
Well,
I like that question. I mean, some of them might be joke questions, but I like that question. That's a good question.
And it's sort of like you hear dark and black in the same sense, and you think they're kind of related. But dark matter's titled dark matter only because we don't know what it is. I would certainly say that a black hole is a massive star gone crazy, because a supermassive star at that magical mass can either collapse and then rebound off the core and cause a supernova, which releases all kinds of new elements in our periodic table back into the interstellar medium, or it can continue to collapse. And if it's beyond a certain radius, or within a certain radius mass of a star, it'll continue to collapse and go down to this black hole. And it's hard to imagine that all the material in the star is compressed down to this point of a singularity, okay, a single small point. But that's exactly what the physics tells us. So black holes come from stars of a certain mass. And dark matter and black holes don't seem to be related at this point, as far as I can tell.
So I have a basic question, and I'm gonna send out apologies to everyone listening now, because it was hard for me to listen, and I'm sure it's been explained, and I'm sure it's kind of basic, but like, dark matter is just everything that we can't account for in the universe, in the makeup of the universe. Is that right, or?
It's that's partially true, because there's a lot more mass than seems to be accounted for with the Big Bang. And the original thought was that maybe this is another dark matter that was actually out there that's causing this. That it was actually part and parcel to, the cause of the Big Bang, and we just never understood it or couldn't figure it out because we weren't, our science wasn't advanced enough. Well, our science still isn't advanced enough to know what dark matter is. Again, it's dark because we don't know what it is, not dark because it's black. A black hole, for instance, is called black for a reason, and that is because it's black. Why? Because light can't even escape it. Beyond a certain radius, light can't escape. So you might say, well, how do we detect black holes at all? Just as a side note, that's because at that transition where the forces are so powerful that light can't escape, black holes typically have a major magnetic field, and at that interface, a lot of radiation is being given off. A lot of things are happening at that, what's called the event horizon, where that transition is made to that black hole, the entry into the black hole, where light can no longer escape. And we see them that way. So that's how we detect black holes. And we actually think that in every big galaxy, by the way, I know this is an aside from your question, we think in every big galaxy, like our Milky Way, like the Andromeda Galaxy, maybe at the center of all these galaxies is a supermassive black hole, and that's why they're galaxies. So, it's a possibility. I think that's interesting, but, again, our science isn't far enough along yet to know all these things for absolute certainty.
Yeah, but I thought there was something, I don't know, I don't even know how to phrase it, like something in the universe that was unaccounted for.
No,
what do they call that, if not dark matter? Is there another term that I'm maybe confusing this with? What the stuff that is unaccounted for is?
Well, is an additional matter. Could be dark matter, yes. But you also, there's another component, okay, and that is dark energy, right? Because there's also forces at play in the universe that are unaccounted for. We don't know what's causing them, like the fact that the universe is accelerating outward, as if something on the outside is pulling it in, it's pulling it out, pulling it into itself from all sides. That means there's something outside the known universe, potentially, that's actually, sucking the universe outward, so to speak. And that is potentially dark energy. It's a strange form of energy that is, again, we don't know. We're at that transition point. We don't know what to call dark energy. We don't know how to explain it other than what we think it's doing to the universe.
I don't know.
So dark energy and dark matter together form what looks like the remainder of the unknowns for us.
See, because I'm just wondering, like, because people don't really understand gravity. So
Yes.
then I would think they don't really understand anti-gravity. Could that be a clue, or are these two totally different things and that's already been done?
Actually, you know what? That's a good question, Amanda. I think that, when we talk about anti-gravity, we're kind of, I think, going in the right direction. And I'll tell you why. When we imaged two black holes that were colliding, at obviously out in space, and we saw these ripples leaving the collision zone where these black holes were colliding. Ripples, and these ripples were actually gravity waves of gravity. It was theoretically suspected that it was theoretically. I'm reading the screen about toilet paper. I'm sorry.
I'm so far behind chat.
It was suspected that by Einstein that gravity could radiate in waves, and we never saw it. We never knew whether it could until we photographed these black holes, and they actually showed gravity rippling away in waves. That's important because we know, like I said, that light can be wave nature and particle nature, right? It has light waves and photons, light packets, little packets of light that have mass. And these hit your face when you're looking at the sun. You don't feel them because the mass is so little. But that light that's hitting your face is actually a dual nature. It's that photon and the wave. And in the same way, maybe gravity is too. It's the wave and the particle. So maybe the gravity waves and then the gravitons. And if we know that we have gravity particles out there, well, that's really cool. Because gravity particles, like light, might be able to be reflected. And thus we have anti-gravity. But we have a ways to go because our physics has a tough time with gravity. We can calculate the value all day long, And I said the other night on the stream, it's the force of gravity is proportional to the mass of the two objects and over the radius squared of the distance, and that's the force of gravity that we know. We can calculate it. We know exactly what it is. We can send spaceships to Mars and calculate the gravity and know what's going on. But fundamentally, do we even understand gravity? No. It seems to be a given with a mass that it has gravity. Mass of a certain size, all mass actually has gravity. A ballpoint pen on your desk has gravity. Hard enough to believe as that is. And technically, if you want to be really technical, if you drop the ballpoint pen on the ground, as you're dropping the ballpoint pen on the ground, the Earth is moving up to meet it at an ever so slight amount. Certainly a minuscule amount. But nevertheless, the Earth has a movement to meet that pen falling.
Is there something we can do to test this at home? Because that is so hard to get my mind around. I've heard you say that before, and I mean, dropping a pen to the earth is, is there something a little more simple where we could see that?
Well, that's a sort of a macro kind of experiment. But, to understand, it's minuscule. But one way I think that you can understand it is if you think about a massive, say a massive star and a planet. As the planet's going around a massive star, does the star move very much in space? Not really. But the planet's going in this orbit, right? It's going all around the star. It's going in an orbit. And the star is actually moving slightly too. It's being slightly tugged. But because it's so massive, you don't see it move as much. You don't see very much movement. We could detect that movement, all right, using a study of what's called radial velocity from the Earth. We could study the light from the star and see that when it's coming toward us, as the planet's on the side toward us and it's pulling the star toward it just a little bit, the light from the star is made to look more blue as it's coming toward us. Then, as the planet gets around it and the star kind of goes the other way and starts to head away from us, the light gets toward the red. The light, the spectral lines are shifted toward the red. So no, it's nothing we can do in our kitchens to figure this out. But this study, we actually show, using this scientific study, we actually show these with the Doppler effect and the fact that light does change frequency based on its movement toward or away from us. That shows us how much, say, a star moves when planets move around it. And when planets move around a star, they don't affect it nearly as much as the star affects the planet. Now, our star is affected somewhat by all the planets moving around it. And since the late 1800s or so, they've mapped the position of our star as it moves through the sky. And there's actually a map you can download online. And that map shows the motion of the sun moving around in its position in space as it orbits the galaxy over time. And the motion imparted to it. It's a very complex motion as all the planets are circling it. So the star, our star, wobbles around and moves around because of all the mutual gravity of the planets tugging on it from all directions a lot of the time. So that's how we actually see the difference in the way gravity of a massive object affects a small object, and vice versa, how a small object can affect a larger object. You follow?
I do.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
sorry. Mute. Yeah.
I thought maybe you
Kinda.
fell asleep. But that's
No,
all right.
I'm trying. I'm so far behind in chat, and there's tons of questions, and I know
You're
you
never,
guys don't
you're
want to
never
be up
gonna
all
get
night.
through all
You know
of them.
what?
You're never gonna get through all of them.
Yeah, you can always do a lightning round, and we're down to the last 10 minutes.
I thought we were supposed to be on the lightning round for the last hour and a half.
That's
Oh,
right.
really?
It's like, how many elements are unaccounted for in the period? 6. Okay, next question. I said, what? Wait, what?
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 Anyway, well, even
when
without
all
the
else
questions,
fails,
yeah, I was
when all else fails, start singing the periodic table.
without the questions, I was kind of playing around on the video feed there, but I just wanted to see what it would take to get thumbs up, and I think I figured it out. But
Yeah, I saw Paul was adding a few Oh, was that you adding the comments on the screen?
yeah,
Keith?
yeah,
You're not a dumbass.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wait,
like
I missed that one.
Yeah.
Oh, he put it up right on the screen.
I just put
What did he
thumbs
say?
Thumbs
up.
up if you're not a dumbass.
Yeah. You're not a dumbass. Oh, but hey, it's it's the end of the stream, so you gotta have a little bit of fun.
I know, it's fun.
Yeah.
And I
Let
got it up
me-
there quick, man. You guys really responded to that. I think when I started that, it was like 250 or something like that likes. So you guys going ham. But yeah.
This is great.
I
I mean, it's a good time. I'm enjoying myself. I think that you guys do a good job, and I always enjoy coming on your streams, and I hope I add some value to what you do. I try.
You obviously do, because I put on the
I'm
thing
proud of you.
to click the thumbs up if you want Marc to come back soon, and they started going up. So I guess we're going to have you back. I can't afford to pay you next time, though.
Well, I didn't know I was getting paid this time.
And let's change the subject. Right. But guys,
Hey guys, I like this question. Does gravity have speed?
Does gravity have speed?
is there a way to
Yeah.
measure gravitational speed? It would have to do with density, right? How much gravitational pull it has,
Yeah, no,
Right.
I'm trying to. Yeah,
like mass.
yeah. For instance, if you take a object and you just take it straight off the Earth and you go out 20,000 miles out into space and you just let it go and it's not orbiting the Earth, then it will start to accelerate toward the Earth, and it will go ever faster, okay, until it actually collides with our atmosphere. Well, if by that you mean yes, gravity will cause an object to have speed, but gravity itself, I think what they're saying is how fast outward was those gravity waves radiating. I think that's more like what they're probably trying to say. Was gravity radiating outward at some particular speed? And I think the answer is yes. But as far as how fast that was, I suspect it was the speed of light. But that's just my suspicion, because gravity itself is something that is continuous. So, when you turn on a flashlight, the light starts, and you turn off the flashlight, the light stops. So somewhere there's a dash of light moving through space that you created. Gravity's been moving through from the Earth to the Moon, for instance, for billions of years. So I imagine that that's something that is. Probably, as a continuous operation, as a continuous force. It's going to have been there all along, and it just gradually increases over time as a planet was building from the very beginning. So, as far as having speed, it's kind of hard to answer that, because I don't think that it has speed per se. I think that it actually has, because it was there all along, as the masses slowly built up. I think perhaps that's as far as we can take it. We can say, well, time will tell if there's a speed detected. I suspect light speed myself, but we'll see.
Well, that's great, because I saw that in the chat somebody asked that, and then probably 4 other people behind that all said the same thing, speed of light. So.
Oh well, that's a good guess. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm so far behind in chat. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, skipped a bunch of people asking questions.
That's okay. You can't.
Now
Keith,
I don't know.
Keith, were you doing the Io Taurus sound effect there?
Now I'm the only sound effects I do.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I wake everybody up. They'll be like, "What was that?" Sorry to all the new watchers, but that is a sound
Get used
you will
to
hear
it
quite readily.
Yeah, and he did not mean to call you nude watchers, okay? Just so you know.
I did it to intend that, yes.
Go ahead, Amanda. I'm sorry.
Last question, Amanda. Okay. Amanda,
5 minutes.
Last question.
Last question?
Let's make it a good one. Let's make it a good one.
Oh, hold on then.
And don't worry, guys. We will have Marc back once again. We're not going to let this guy away anytime soon. We're going to put him to work as much as we can.
Well, here's one for you. I'll tell you guys something.
Okay.
When the moon is directly above your head, or if you stand at the equator, your weight will be slightly less.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
How do you know? How do they prove that? Why would they even think to test that?
For what we just talked about. Because of the analysis of gravitational interaction and the fact that you're farther from the center of the Earth at the equator, so you're going to weigh a little less. And if the moon's over your head, you have the moon's gravity pulling on you as well, ever so slightly, and you will weigh a little bit less. Dun 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 dun.
Dun, dun,
That's
dun.
so.
Yep.
You know what? It's almost hard to pull away from the stream, too, because Saturn is looking better and better by the minute.
Is it not? I mean, it's just really good. I'm really happy, Paul. You're doing a good job, buddy.
Yeah, Paul is down there just kicking ass tonight, man.
He is, man.
Good job, brother. Hopefully he still has his audio on.
He's actually got a good polar alignment down there, because if he didn't...
Well, he said that when he first started. He said he's got a good alignment going. So, But, Paul, if you can, now this is totally up to you, and don't feel the need to if you don't want to, but see if you can point that thing at Pluto real quick. I'm just interested to see if we can get it. Even if it's just a
really
little
cool.
dot.
It is going to be a little dot.
It's right there, it's somewhat around
It'll look like
Saturn.
a star.
Yeah.
It'll look like a star. It's not going to... It'll look like a star.
You know what, Marc? Way to crush my dreams. Okay?
I'm sorry, brother.
Jeez.
And the only way you can detect it, actually, is by doing a photograph of it and then coming back the next night and doing another photograph of it and then comparing the two.
Yeah.
And there's a way to compare the two using it's called a blink comparator, and you can do it dynamically on the screen. and basically you just quickly look back and forth at the two images and see what's moving, and that's the object.
Ooh,
That's how
my.
Pluto. That's actually how Pluto was found. I talked to Clyde Tombaugh, the Pluto founder, when he was still alive, and I mentioned this I think to you guys a few times. I sat on a hill with him in Vermont, and we were at an astronomy convention together, and Clyde was sitting alone, a little short man. Okay, and I went over and sat next to him, introduced myself, shook his hand, and I said, "Oh, it's a beautiful afternoon, huh, Clyde?" And he says, "Oh yeah, it's really nice." And I said, "Who would have ever thought that we would be here, and that we would have an understanding of the outer solar system that we do because of you?" And he was like, "Well," and he's a very humble guy. He's like, "It's," he goes, "Yeah, well," he goes, "It's a big solar system, and we have a lot of secrets left to get out of it." And I go, "Yeah, that's true," and that's exactly what it was, obviously.
Yeah.
Back then, and still, the more we know, the less we know.
It usually seems to be how it goes, huh?
Yep. I got one more for you.
Go ahead.
There's a planet we found out there. It's called the Genesis planet by its nickname, and it's actually a planet that's literally the oldest planet found. It's 12.7 billion years old.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good considering the universe is only a billion years old, or 12.8 or 13.8 billion years old.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yep. Yep. Really? Yeah. And then here's another one, just to show you the scale. Let me just another one. Here's a scale. All the coal, oil, and natural gas and wood on this planet, everything could only keep the sun burning for a few days.
Well, that's interesting. I would actually, believe it or not, I would actually think it would be less.
Yeah, it is less, but it's like you say a couple days, But it's like that, like a couple days means a day and a quarter, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't even be as bright as what we see. Yeah.
Oh wait, is he really trying to get Pluto right now? Get out of here.
What?
The man won't back down from a challenge, I'll tell you. As soon as I saw the crosshairs, disappear from Saturn, I'm like, he's gonna try it, isn't he? He's gonna show off.
Nancy's got a question for
or
Marc.
He just ended and went to bed, and we didn't. We're just sitting here staring at crosshairs.
What's Nancy's question?
Sorry.
Why is it dark at the top of Saturn? I'm not sure what it means, but.
Well, I think she's talking about the way the light appears, and you see it on the edges of the rings too. Some of that is.
He actually did it.
Huh?
He's going for Pluto?
I see Pluto coming up in the crosshairs.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, how do you know it's Pluto?
Well, yeah. It's either that or it's Pluto. It's Pluto. Trust me. You'll see it.
I don't see
that
any
little dot. I just see a little dot now in like zone 6 going into towards the middle. That's Pluto. Are you sure?
I am almost guaranteeing it.
Well, Pluto's not a whole lot brighter than the background stars at all. So where are the rest of the stars?
But he got it.
Well, that looks like one of Jupiter's moons.
Yeah.
When he zooms out on Jupiter.
He got it.
But you got exactly. I can't believe it. That's amazing.
And how many miles away is that, Marc? Hold on. Let's ask Google, shall we? Let's see what Google says.
Okay, go for it.
All right, let's see here.
Oh,
Hold on.
I thought you meant chat.
Let me see.
Yeah, come on, chat. Okay. You got 30 seconds before he Googles it. How far away is Pluto? Quick.
I'm going to ask in the microphone here. Okay, you ready? Let's see what it says. All right. How many miles away is Pluto?
4.67 billion miles. According to space.com, at its most distant, when the two bodies are on the opposite sides of the sun from one another, Pluto lies 4.67 billion miles from Earth.
And we see
how far away is it now?
It looks like there's a little bit of green on top of it. Yeah. I'm sure it's a filter or pixel or something, but what
aberration
might be causing that?
He's saying Pluto overexposure.
Yeah.
Well,
that's probably what he had to do just to get it.
Yeah,
it's overexposure.
Yeah. Hold on, let me brighten it up a little bit on my end. Hold on, let me see if I can. We'll really make it look like Polaris now, huh?
Okay, and again, all apologies. I know nothing, but I'm not embarrassed to ask. So,
That's right.
I take it Pluto doesn't have any moons then.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It has
Does
5.
it?
Charon is one way.
Yeah, it's 5 moons.
Yeah.
Pluto has 5 moons. See,
It does.
and again, and I appreciate that it was probably pulled from somewhere else to be part of our solar system. And yes, it's a dwarf planet now, but I mean, it has its own moons, and it's
beautiful.
kind of us now. It's like an adopted child.
Yeah, it's a beautiful planet.
I want it to be a planet again. What's that guy's name? Mike White or something? What's that guy's name?
It could have been a captured object from another part of the Kuiper Belt, and if it was something out in the Kuiper Belt, it could have certainly had interactions with other objects out there that began to orbit it. And then if it ended up somehow transitioning into our area of space, I mean, remember it's canted, meaning it's angled to our plane of orbits of our planets by some number of degrees, like 17 degrees, and it's not in a circular orbit. It's actually more of an elliptical orbit. So Pluto is definitely an odd duck.
We're gonna have to have a stream on Pluto one of these. I mean, obviously, we're not gonna be able to stare at this dot and have a 5-hour stream on it, but it would be nice to.
This is cool.
You know what? Subscribe to Amanda. She's going to have this dot for a couple hours, and Mark in a couple days.
Oh, that's funny.
But no, it would be nice to talk about Pluto actually, and all the stuff that we've learned about it ever since the.
Yeah, I mean, I could.
Yeah.
People are upset about that downgrade. Still, I saw questions in chat tonight. Even
What's that?
Why downgrade?
Oh,
it?
downgrade to dwarf planet.
Yeah.
And I mean, I could go on about Pluto for a long time.
No, you won't. Not tonight.
Not tonight. No, I won't. I can't. But I could, because I did a story for What on Earth on Pluto, and because they came to me for that, because they wanted me to give my opinion on certain of the surface features on Pluto, and I had a lot to say about them. So we talked about. I mean, Pluto's surface is really strange and exotic. So we can talk about that some night.
Let me ask you this, Mark. What's your upcoming schedule look like? I mean, you want to promote anything? Anywhere you're going to be? Any radio shows? Anything like that?
Yeah, I have a couple of radio shows coming up, and I got to go look at my schedule to see where they are. So I don't know what they are, unfortunately, but I'll put them on my Facebook page like a day or so before I do them.
And you know what? Don't be afraid to advertise them on your YouTube either.
No, exactly right. Too. Yeah. And I'm gonna be at the Roswell UFO conference at the end of June, for a couple days, and then I'm gonna be at the Devil's Tower, Wyoming, conference in middle of September.
Now, are you going to stream those conferences like we talked about?
Well, if I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna have to do something, aren't I?
Well, yeah, I mean,
you're going to need to hire an assistant to go to all these conventions and hold the camera for you.
Me and Mark actually talked about this. I was like, Mark, you need a roadie? Because he was talking about going like over to Switzerland or something like that. I was like, you need a roadie, right?
Norway.
I was like, I'll set all this stuff up. You just do what you have to do.
Well, yeah, I may end up with an opportunity to go to Norway, and I may end up with an opportunity to go on a cruise, with on a yacht where there's going to be like 30 or 40 people only, and we got to do like 7 lectures in 7 days for all these people, and a bunch of us.
Let me answer Kate's question in chat real quick. She says that she needs to get a telescope. Any suggestions? I will suggest the beginner series from Celestron, which is the 114 or the 130. They are absolutely great telescopes. They're very affordable. They have great optics, and sometimes you can get them in packs where they actually send some lenses with them and stuff. Yeah, and they're not gonna they're not gonna be tracking telescopes. I mean, obviously you can upgrade to a tracking one if you want to, but if you're looking for just like moon and planets and stuff, the 114 series from Celestron, which is what I'm trying to get for the giveaways, and the 130 from Celestron are two you cannot go wrong with, and that's for anybody in the chat. They are great beginner scopes, and they're really affordable. And I think you can get them on telescopes.com right now for like $149 or something like that. So,
And
so there's your free plug, Celestron, if you're listening.
Yeah, really. And to answer the question about why Saturn looks darker at the top, now that we have Saturn back on the screen, it's appropriate, I think, to go through it real quick. At the very top, okay, one of the problems is that we're not getting a lot of light reflected back from that versus the broad face of Saturn, so it will get darker. And that's actually a common astronomical feature. We even see that on the Sun. On the Sun, it's called limb darkening, and on Saturn, we're seeing the same kind of same darkening, but it's actually because two things. Saturn's rings are tilted now because it's sometimes edge on, sometimes it's tilted. Well, the rings aren't tilting relative to the planet. Okay, the entire planet with the ring system is slowly doing this little pirouette and this little dance as it's going through space, and that's what we're actually seeing. And those rings are actually on the plane of the orbits of the moons around Saturn, and so we see some darkening at the top and at the edges of the rings. You can actually see a division in the rings out there at the edges, and if you look at a good diagram of the rings, you can actually see and identify some of these different rings and some of these different gaps we're seeing. This is really very nice tonight.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And for any of you out there that do astronomy on a regular basis, you can take video like this, even from this stream, and you can consider if the video is shooting each frame at, say, let's just pick a 20th of a second, say, for this frame rate, okay, of the video, like so 20 frames per second. You can take 3 seconds and get 60 frames, and you combine them together. You can do what's called stack them, and you can stack these video frames and get one good video still that's got a high rate of detail. You'll see lots of detail in those clouds that wasn't there before. And there's a free program out there to do this kind of stacking. It's called Deep Sky Stacker. And I use that plus something called Star Tools to actually create more detailed imagery. But right now, I mean, the edge of those rings would really be much clearer if we could do a stack of 2 seconds even of video and just stack each image separately, and it'll really be pretty. So just thought I'd let you know. Anyway,
put your
Mark, will your telescope be able to see Pluto any better than that, or will you still get a dot too?
Well, Pluto will always be a little dot. We the largest telescopes are required to see Pluto at anything other than a dot, and it's still just a larger dot. And Pluto's small, and it's not very large. And the fact that we can see it at all has to do with the fact that it's actually got some bright areas on it. And that's kind of cool. For us, it's very helpful, but don't forget, Pluto is only 1,500 miles across, roughly, and but it's bright. It's got nitrogen ices on the surface that are reflecting a lot of the sunlight, and as we'll talk about in the future cast here, live stream, Pluto does have an atmosphere. Oh, yes, it does,
and it's blue like Earth. Well, kinda. Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
That's what I heard,
anyway.
and I got excited, and you kind of dashed that a little bit, but
well, yeah,
I'm gonna keep.
You can stick with that. It's fine.
That is just.
It's pretty, isn't it?
Paul, if you were listening, that is a stellar image of Saturn right now.
Well, it's a planetary image of Saturn.
All
right.
But it's a wonderful image, Paul. Very well done.
D'Antonio's
very well
banned.
done. Yeah, I'm banned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jupiter Saturn live stream with Marc. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you realize how many times I've changed the title of this video as we've been sitting here talking? Like first it was like Jupiter Saturn live stream, and then it was Jupiter Saturn live stream with the date, and then with Marc D'Antonio. And now it's Jupiter Saturn Pluto live stream, and the date with Marc.
Oh, you added Pluto? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Even though it was for a little bit, it was there.
So. Now he can screw with you and say, all right, and then, oh no, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Absolutely.
Because Neptune's probably.
And I
up
do
by
want to
now.
give a shout out once again to the CubeSat project, which is going full force ahead. We will have Dave Shock on very soon. We're I had a chance. I probably could have got him tonight, but I'm just going to let him recover.
Saturday night is movie night with him and Val.
Yeah.
But
so,
he is feeling better, so hopefully we can get him on soon.
Absolutely.
I'm sure he'd love that. Yeah.
And once again, I want to promote Jello, because what a fantastic voiceover job he does. Impressions and whatnot. So if you see Jello in the chat, if you guys want to check out some of the stuff that he does, feel free. His real name is Lewis. And if you want to head over to Austin Voice Talent on YouTube, you'll see the impressions. He does a great Hank Hill and among many, many, many others. And he'll be joining us again soon. And he was on the stream last night. If anybody wants to hear that conversation, we were hanging out a little bit. So definitely want to check him out. I'm going to have him do some voiceover stuff for some videos coming up for this channel and whatnot. So, and of course, Marc, MUFON, what on Earth, or what the Earth, whatever it is.
What on Earth?
What on Earth? I thought
NASA's
that's what it was.
Unexplained Files.
Yep. And NASA's Unexplained
Okay.
Files and FX models. It's just, we got
Ooh.
the whole kit and caboodle.
Give me a sec. Let me
Guide
grab
to
that
our
link.
live stream.
And Amanda, the brilliance.
Just hanging.
Just hanging. Amanda, you do have a natural radio voice.
She does. Very, very pleasant.
Yep.
Very nice to talk to, and non-threatening, non-invasive. She's very innocent with the way she asks questions, and you can never be mad at her for asking questions like over and over that she's asked before, because they're coming across so well put. They're very innocent.
Oh my God.
What?
Do I drive you up the wall? I'm sorry.
No, not at all. That's why I just finished telling you.
I know, but I could only
No.
imagine. I forget, and there's a lot, and I can't multitask, and I'm trying to get questions because I just figured Keith would handle it, and I just sit in the background. Then next thing I know, a call's coming in. I'm like, oh my God, and
Well, I figured you were
I got
being
some
such a part of it
devastating
anyway.
news. Oh my God, I was gonna drop off, but
Well, I'm glad you
Nonsense.
stayed.
yeah. Hi, thank you for inviting me. My goodness,
Well, I figured you were there anyway, and you were
Always
sending me
honored.
questions anyway. I was like, well, why isn't she just in here with us, And
Yeah,
Rockstar, are you still in here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, good. He's been hanging out in the back the whole time, like some kind of
Yeah.
creeper.
Handling the chat here.
Yeah, doing the what do you? I guess you're kind of considered the foreman of the mods. You and
I don't
you and
know,
D,
yeah.
your mod foremans.
Yeah. Something like that.
Definitely the two most active ones, because I was looking at your band things, and both of you guys are like way up there. Like, I think we could start a small colony with your band numbers. But yeah. So there's.
Oh, Ted's
mods.
working his way up there too.
Yeah,
He's
Ted's
putting that wrench to good use.
Yeah, Ted's not taking no more shit.
Yeah.
So.
No, for all the stuff you guys do for us, show like Paul is physically out there. Like, I don't know if you guys. I did put Bill's channel in there. You can see a video of him dragging piece by piece out. And how long does it take him to set up that telescope? And then when everyone signs off and you guys all go to bed, he has to disassemble the whole thing, bring it all in.
That's what I'm saying. You only
Keith
got a
has
little.
been sitting here for hours,
Yep.
bringing it all to us. Like,
But what I'm
Wow.
saying, like everybody says, well, you guys do such a great job. I was like, I'm sitting in a chair. I was like, Paul's got the hard job. He's got to lug the thing outside, And I think he has a little bit better in Florida than, of course, from at Bill's house, because we had to rig everything and move everything around and whatnot. But still, it's a task. You got to constantly be getting up, going outside, making sure your alignment's right, and all that kind of stuff. And once again, he does it for the passion of it. And we've said this before. We'll say it 1,000 times. We'd be doing this whether we had one person watching or a million. This is just something that we like to do, and just being able to have conversations, especially like with Marc and and everybody else, it makes it worth it. So
It's
yeah, and
fantastic.
then that's
I
the
love
thing. That the people keep coming back because they appreciate what you do. They obviously are liking and learning what they're hearing. The least we can do is try to keep it safe, so you guys don't have to worry about it. The less you have to worry about it. And like, Marc is a busy person. Like, to take the time out in the middle of the night and answer everyone's questions.
And let me tell you, everybody in the chat, this is what's great about Marc D'Antonio. Like, literally, I sent him a message that just, what did it say, Mark? I think I said, busy tonight, or do you want to be, or something like that. Let me
it was just a...
You know what? Here we go. This is what it was. This is how the conversation went. Because I hit him up last night to see, and he didn't see it. So I literally, at 9:08, I said, how about tonight sometime? And then an hour later, it said, thanks, still good? And I said, yep. And I said, we just went on not long ago. And after that, he's like, okay, let's do it. You know what I mean? That's how easy it was. And he's been here now for over 5 hours.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, you haven't been. No, you've been here.
My contract.
You've been here about 4 hours. But just the dedication, and we had talked about this on Bill's stream as well, just the dedication you have to educating people without even, I don't even think you know you do it. To actually like stare somebody down and make them understand the answer to their question. It just kind of
but now I must discourage him because I keep asking him the same thing over and over again.
No,
so
not at all. But
frustrating.
That's not at all. Not at all. In fact, I guess I don't really pay too much attention.
You're a natural-born educator is basically what it is. I mean, I watched you at Pine Bush literally for these people that had questions. You literally made them feel like the only person there, and you were one-on-one, especially when the lady that came up to you in the tent, just had, a couple questions. You were there with her for 25 minutes, and like there was nobody else around talking
one-on-one. She didn't understand.
I
had to tell her.
Yeah.
I guess and I can easily get lost in questions too, and so I have to kind of monitor my time, I guess, a little bit, but it's okay. I don't have any problem with this. I don't have any problem with people asking questions of me, and if they want to know. If I don't, like I said, if I don't know the answer, I'm not gonna tell you I do. And if I suspect I know the answer, I'll tell you what I suspect, but I'll give you the caveat saying, well, I'm not sure I know the exact answer, but because there are certain things that I'm an astronomer, but you know what? It doesn't mean I know everything about astronomy. I'll tell you this. A lot of the professors that I had when I was going through my astronomy degree program, you tell them, if you tell them you're going to go out and look at the night sky, they'll say, oh, I don't even know anything about the night sky. Literally. They only knew their specialty. Like, when I did one of my astronomy theses, it was runaway B stars in the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. There were B-type stars that were speeding out of the galaxy at high speed. And that was basically an astrophysical journal search with a lot of data that I had to crunch, and then doing photometry, that is getting the light from distant stars and trying to figure out speeds of recession, speeds that they were running away from us, basically. And through the Doppler effect again, and the blue and the red shifting thing. Well, doing that, is something that, doing that kind of work actually is that's walking the walk and talking the talk. I mean, that's actually doing the job. That's not just talking about the thing, talking about the phenomenon. So I guess I found that in doing that, I didn't have any problem talking to people about what I've done in the past or what kind of stuff I'm doing in the future. Right. And I'm just excited about it. I mean, who in their right mind would study B stars running away from the galaxy, right? It's like, what the heck is that? Who even knows what that is? I knew what it was. Right. I had a nice, a nice lot of data about it.
But it's so nice that you are so willing to pass on that knowledge to anybody who wants it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you do this. That's why I want to do it. I mean, it's very much the same for you guys.
Amazing. Now, I will put this out. Hopefully, Paul's still listening. Paul, it's up to you. We're already 20 minutes late. I'm not sure if we have an end time here.
Well, my end time is now because
it has to be. It has to be.
Yeah, Mark's probably like, I was supposed to wake up in about 4 hours.
I just messaged Paul on Skype, and I was like, I'm almost afraid to end it because Saturn's looking better and better,
it's
and
so
more
beautiful.
People are asking questions, and there's more people into the stream now. And I was like,
I put like over. Ooh. What?
So.
Oh.
Thanks, Backcountry Life. Appreciate it. It says, is it possible to do to video DSOs? Also, you guys should video double moon transit of Jupiter in a few days. If it's done, if it happens at nighttime when it's in our view, we most likely will.
And you have.
Yep. Not a problem. Yeah, we have many transits and a lot of shadow transits too.
But occultations is if he's talking about occultations, what that means is like if there's a star in the field and it looks like it's say going behind Saturn or going behind Jupiter, or even the moon. Those are actually popular events because you can watch it disappear behind the moon, and like for instance, and when you see it go behind the moon, a star, for instance, you can see that the star doesn't just go out. It actually kind of has a rough time of it. It sort of starts to blink out, and then it comes back a bit, then it goes out. You're actually seeing the mountains of the moon, causing it to differentially blink out, and then finally it goes away. But the problem is when you're doing it on video, you have to see the stars. You have to overexpose the moon and make it glaringly, bright. Right. If you expose the sky for the moon directly, you never see the stars. So, unfortunately, that kind of thing ends up being elusive. Just like with Jupiter. To see the moons of Jupiter, you notice how Jupiter becomes a white blob that looks like a star almost. And then you see the Galilean satellites around it.
Right.
But when you stop down that view, you shrink that iris a little bit to let less light in, then Jupiter comes into view nicely. You can see the colors and the bands and all that, but the moons are gone. See, it's one or the other, not both.
Or if we're streaming at the same time, maybe it can be.
I can do one, and you can do the other.
Exactly. See what we're going at? This double stream thing is starting to sound really good, where we have an overexposed on half the screen, and we have, the regular exposure on the other half. That would be actually pretty neat. But this is what I'm going to do. I am going to call it, since I haven't heard from Paul. But I'm going to call it on YouTube anyway. Once again, Marc, thank you so much for coming on and answering everybody.
That's nice. I wish I got to everybody, but I couldn't, unfortunately.
That's fine. I mean, you'll be back plenty of times. You'll
It's an excuse to come back.
Yeah. You're definitely coming back because it's becoming a thing.
I mean, Paul could actually overexpose Saturn here and see Titan.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I might be able to do it from my end here. Hold on.
Can you do it? And Tethys?
No, he's not wide enough.
Okay.
View-wise, but yeah. I might just have to change the name to P and K and M. If we keep going on like this.
No, this is your thing.
Yeah,
I'll be joining you, and you'll be joining me. I don't need you to credit me. I just wanna. I'm having fun.
Well,
it's a good time.
Because as I said, your name wasn't in the title of this stream
at
the very beginning, and I put it there.
I saw you put it in. That was nice. Thanks.
Because it seems like people want to hear, and we definitely want to make this point to MUFON as well, the saying that people want to hear this stuff,
Yeah, they do.
And we want to get that point across that this, YouTube is not a lost medium, just for people watching. I mean, it can be a two-way street done on YouTube, which I'm hoping your channel takes off like a bat out of hell, and really starts getting people engaged in the deep space objects. Now, obviously, we have the normal solar system objects and stuff handled on our end.
Yeah.
But when it comes, you're gonna do deep space. I mean, that's just gonna open up all kinds of other doors, and all kinds of other questions for that matter. So, yeah. So I can see in a month or two us sitting around your channel doing this exact conversation, just with your telescope pointed deeply into space.
Yes, I agree. I think that'll be a great time. Actually, I think that'll be, and it'll be very good too. It'll be very different, and it'll take people on a different type of journey, and that's kind of what I want to do. I can't wait to show people, for instance, the double cluster in Perseus. This double cluster is like two jewel boxes right next to each other. They look like they're fake. You can't believe these two clusters are right next to each other in space, and they're just so beautiful. They have about the same number of stars, and it goes on and on. Things like the Ring Nebula, the old dying star, the supernova remnant in Cygnus, the North American Nebula in Cygnus. all these things that we can see dynamically are pretty cool. So we'll see.
It's going to be awesome either way. It's going to be awesome either way.
Yeah. And that'll be on on my stream, the Sky Tour live stream, which is I would have gone tonight actually, but it was cloudy unfortunately. Watch, I go out now, tired, ready to go to bed. It'll be clear as everything.
I know. It'll be just that's always
Isn't that always the way it is?
That's the way it is.
Yeah.
But hopefully you do go tomorrow, because I would so be there. I'll be on that channel, just hanging out, just waiting. And I hope everybody else too. And Amanda, if you want to throw Marc's channel link up in the chat again, just for people that want it, that'd be much appreciated. Because he is under, what do you have the channel named as now?
Sky Tour live stream.
And
it really threw me. Yeah. It did throw me.
It could also be that it could also be found under my name as well, I believe. I think if you search my name, you'll find Sky Tour live stream.
Yeah, if you just changed it, you should be able to. It should actually, it should link to your channel at least for a little while.
I will let you know right now.
So man, do I have to put up? I mean, we're at the highest watchers of the night as of right now.
Putting in your name does not bring you to Sky Tour live stream. It brings you to
move on.
The Martin Willis show 4 months ago. I remember that show.
Oh, that's weird.
No, one from 3 weeks ago. That's what it would be. What would aliens be like? Check that out, guys.
Yeah, it's all good.
Show with Marc.
Yeah, search Marc on YouTube. You'll find a whole bunch of UFO symposiums that he's done, and a whole bunch of talks. There's a lot of stuff to watch if you want to check it out and learn a thing or two. But with that note, I'm actually going to put the wrap-up sign up. Actually, on top.
Yeah, and I am on there. If you look at it says Marc D'Antonio live stream, and it says Sky Tour live stream. So if you go there, I believe that. Well, I guess that's kind of weird. It does come up with my ID, but it does have me in there. So that's kind of weird.
It's also your channel. I don't know.
Paul,
well, I mean,
Paul,
that's okay. I mean, I put it in the chat a few times.
Paul, don't
there has to be a
tell
way
us
to
all
get my name in there.
Paul's been out there the whole time. He's telling us good job.
Yeah,
good job to you, sir.
He's doing a great job.
Hats off, brother. Very good
Indeed.
tonight. Paul, are you planning on a solar stream tomorrow or not? Or maybe you'll just take a peek at it and see if there's any action going on with any sunspots. Because I know the last month or so, it's just been absolutely horrible for viewing, because there's just been nothing going on the sun. It's just been totally calm because we're in that
totally.
Yeah. So, but sometimes you never know. I mean, sometimes we stream the sun for an hour or so, and just see what we find. And we do catch some satellites passing by, and it's pretty neat. And if anything, Marc, that'll be actually a good test for your stream if you want to test everything out, is to do a solar stream.
Yeah, I have the same telescope as Paul for that, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. If you go on during the day, that way you can test all your chat stuff, you can test all your setup stuff, and the only difference would be at nighttime you would just hit it to the telescope with
yeah.
So
that'd be interesting. Try that.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would recommend anyway.
Right.
Just to make sure your stream's up and good and everything's running smooth, and
It's just I gotta test the bandwidth out in the observatory. I gotta make sure they have the bandwidth out
Did you
there.
run the hardwire out there yet?
No, I'm
still
gonna try with the
attempting
Wi-Fi. Yeah,
Bad
I haven't.
idea, man. I'm just telling you. It's so much cheaper just to run the wire.
Well, I'm just hoping that I don't. Hope I don't need to, because I don't want to have to run the wire, then coil it up each night. Run the wire, coil it up.
Well, you can just bury it underground. You got a big backhoe there.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta put it underground. You gotta put it in its own PVC conduit.
Yeah.
And it's a temporary building.
Right.
So I'd be running it.
Well, I mean, I bought I'm not sure how far away your modem and router are, but I mean, literally, I bought a 200-foot cord for like $9. And
I really,
data.
I can get that, yeah. But I have 2 of 3 Wi-Fi bars in the observatory. Where it's located.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try it, and if it fails under load with like a Skype call plus the stream. If I start to see stalling or something like that, then I'll know I'm going to have to, do that. The other thing I have a problem with is, I have my kids who will be out there, streaming and playing multiplayer games online and chewing up bandwidth. So whenever I do a stream, I've got to make sure they're not on. I got to make sure they can't be on. I got to tell them you can't go on tonight.
What's your internet like up there? Is it pretty good?
Yeah, my bandwidth's pretty good. Here I got like 25. I think 25 MIPS. I think I get for my bandwidth.
25 download, and you're probably around the same as we are around. Like I paid for an upgrade where now mine's like 100 megabytes per second download, and I think 75 megabytes upload. But the standard package,
I can pay for the upload.
Yeah,
I can pay for the upload.
That's what I did because I canceled cable altogether and was like, screw paying for cable. Now with YouTube TV that it's going to be carrying the NFL, I was like, just got rid of cable altogether. But that extra, I mean, it's gonna be very well used in the coming months because I do. Oh, you know what, Mark? I wanted to ask you one thing before you leave.
Sure.
If I send you a camera, would you be able to remove the IR filter for me?
Depends what kind of camera. I've done that.
It's a Canon. It's a Canon camcorder actually.
Okay, the IR block. I don't know what the IR blocking filter looks like on that particular Canon. I'd have to look it up and see. But I've converted still cameras, regular photo cameras. I've taken the IR blocking filter out.
Well, the only reason I want that is because I want to use this camera for a daytime IR stream.
Okay.
Where it's just an infrared stream, sky stream. It'll be running all the time.
You want pink trees.
Yep.
Right. Cool.
But I'll show you. I'll Skype you tomorrow or something to show you the camera.
Yeah. Okay.
And let you know. But for that, actually, I'm going. Rock, you still around, buddy? Still quiet.
Yeah, I'm right here, man.
All right.
It seems like all the trolls come like right at the end of the stream for some reason.
That's all right.
We're all like just hitting them and hitting them. Yeah, I'm still here, man.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I just wanted to thank you for coming on, chilling out with me. Mark was on, and then just hanging out. And once again, Amanda, thank you for
the invite. My goodness.
Questions.
Thank you, man.
And Mark.
Thank you, guys.
You know
Thanks,
what it is, brother. And Paul for his hard work, and everybody in the chat that kept it civil, that was asking questions all night. What a group we had tonight. Very well behaved until now. I see.
Way more awesome people than trolls, for sure.
Yes,
great questions.
Great people outnumbered trolls tonight.
Smart people.
Easily. And then I see we have a lot of new people that will be hanging around that have subscribed. So glad to have them. And we're going to end it for tonight so everybody can get to bed. Once again, click the subscribe button, and then you can click the little bell if you want the notifications when we go live. And the next one will probably be tomorrow for a solar stream, if the weather is good. If not, then we'll try for tomorrow night. And we're in this groove now where we're set in the moon cycle where you can pretty much guarantee we're going to be attempting to go every night. Probably for the next 2 weeks or so, as the moon cycle kicks around the block. So we'll probably be going live if the weather allows it, pretty much every night. So once again, guys, goodbye. I'm going to stop the stream and then I'll wrap things up with the guys on Skype after that. But so yeah, everybody that wants to say bye, just say bye to the stream. I'm actually going to shut it down now, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right.
Good night, chat. Man. Have a nice weekend.
Yep.
See you tomorrow, maybe at sunrise. Yep. Well, not me. Very unlikely me, but
absolutely.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah, who are you kidding, Amanda?
Yep. All right, guys. Later, YouTube.
Good night, folks.
Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.